Great American Landowner. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 507 Dulai. Jianghui Province? That's in the south. How did you think of going to the United States to herd? Jianghui Province belongs to the Jiangnan region of the Celestial Empire. There is an old capital there in ancient times. It's really not a place for horses to gallop. Dulai smiled and said, I have done many things in the United States. I found that I still like riding horses and herding. Compared with life in the city, I think it's also good here. And Mr. Hall is also a good person. Maybe because they are both Chinese. Dulai talked more with Zhao Jixi. Oh. Zhao Jixi nodded. But I heard that Mr. Jim plans to sell the farm. I don't know what the future boss will be like. Dulai sighed in a rather tangled way when he said this. It seems that he is worried about his future. Zhao Jixi smiled and said, I think you don't have to worry. The new boss is a good person. I can guarantee this. Dulai looked at this man strangely. Who is their new boss? What can you guarantee? And what can you guarantee? What a strange person. In the United States, there is a little discrimination against people of color, especially in the countryside. Some cowboys or farmers have low culture and racial discrimination. This is what he is worried about. If he is unlucky, he may lose this job. Dulai pulled the corner of his mouth and didn't say anything unpleasant. He also thought that this person might be related to the new boss. After a pause, he said, do you know our new boss? Zhao Jixi thought about it for a while. If he said so, he should be considered as knowing him. Is there anyone who knows me better than myself? There shouldn't be. Of course, I know him very well. I guarantee that no one knows him better than me. Dulai got goosebumps all over his body after hearing what Zhao Jixi said with a smile and looked at the man in front of him with a weird face. I didn't expect that a man who looks quite decent would be a gay. I don't know if he is the top or the bottom. As he thought about it, Dulai's thoughts became more and more out of control. This kid suddenly came to say hello to me. Could it be that he has taken a fancy to me? Thinking of this, he felt that Zhao Jixi's eyes were a little wrong. Is it necessary to look at him so jealously? Suddenly, Dulai had no intention of talking to Zhao Jixi. He did not discriminate against homosexuals, but he definitely did not want to be noticed by homosexuals. This guy's really fashionable. He even catches up with homosexuality. We can't afford to offend him, but we can afford to hide. We have to escape quickly. Pretending to look back, Dulai said, oh, sorry, I think I may not be able to talk to you anymore. Zhou, you started running around again. It's okay, work is important. Zhao Jixi said enthusiastically. If he thought that this kid thought of himself as a homosexual, who knows what would happen. But he didn't know at this time that Dulai was lucky enough to escape. Later, when he was drinking at a party, Dulai accidentally said it out, so he was unlucky for 2 days. Atwood over there talked about some intention issues with Jim, and it felt that there were almost a lot of things left. The next time everyone gathered together, they would discuss it. Now that there was no one, 2 people walked towards Zhao Jixi. Jim's feelings were a bit strange, but since he had decided, he would not regret it. Mr. Zhao, my place looks good. Zhao Jixi nodded. It's a good place. I like it very much, but Mr. Jim, your price should not be too high. Haha. We can discuss this, and we will definitely give you a discount compared to the market price. I believe that after Mr. Zhao reads the report of your evaluation team, you will have a satisfactory answer. Jim said confidently, and it seems that he intends to make this deal. I hope so. Zhao Jixi also nodded with a smile. Jim also saw Dulai not far away at this time, thinking that he seemed to be of Chinese descent, and he should have a lot of topics to talk about with Zhao Jixi in front of him. So he rolled his eyes and called him over. Hey, come here. Dulai saw his boss calling. Even though the homosexual was still looking at him enthusiastically, he had to go over even if he didn't want to. Wouldn't the old cowboy next to him be his partner? This old cowboy is like this. He is actually a homosexual. Capitalist countries are not good things. AIDS can be so contagious. It is because of these guys' promiscuous or unhygienic sexual behavior that it has become so serious in the United States. This compatriot really knows the new boss very well. The two of them have almost seamlessly connected. Thinking of two men together and his brother facing the anus, he felt a pain in his balls and a chill in his anus. Dulé walked over with a little trepidation, not daring to look at what he thought was Zhou Jix's hot eyes. He looked directly at his boss, but All Jim did not simply end it like this. Let me introduce you to these two gentlemen. They may become your boss and immediate superior in the future. Dulé's heart immediately sank when he heard this. This foreign guy will be his boss in the future, and his mistress and the compatriot who looked at him with strange eyes will be his superior in the future? For a moment, he was actually entangled in the choice between work and anus. Dulé, with a stiff face, had to look at the two people, forced a smile and said, "Hello." All Jim introduced to Dulé. "This is Mr. Atwood. This is Jess." Zhou Jixi waved and smiled and interrupted All Jim. "No need, Mr. Jim. Dulé and I just got to know each other." "Oh, already know each other? Haha." All Jim laughed, turned around and saw that Dulé's face was a little bad, and asked with concern, "What's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well?" "No, it's okay, just a little problem. It's nothing. It will be fine after a while." Dulé could only lie. He couldn't say that I think this gay in front of me likes me, then I'm struggling with it now. Zhou Jixi looked at this compatriot and couldn't help but ask with concern, "It's okay. Do you need to see a doctor? I know some Chinese medicine. I can't say how good I'm at it, but I can still see a doctor for some minor illnesses. Here I come. Why am I pretending to be sick?" This gives him an excuse to get close to me. The annoyed Dulé quickly said, "It's okay. I'm fine. Just some minor problems. It's okay." Seeing him say this, Zhou Jixi didn't say anything more. "Okay, then when you have any difficulties, you can tell me. I will definitely help you if I can. We are all compatriots." "Okay, thank you, Mr. Zhou," Dulé said. But thinking that Zhou Jixi wanted to be alone with him deliberately so that he could have a chance to influence him subtly and finally let himself fall into his arms, Dulé would not be fooled by this. "When I came to the United States, I thought it would be unsafe if my sister went there. Women are always at a disadvantage abroad. What can a big man like me suffer when coming to the United States? At most, I can be cheated of money, but can I not cheat on sex? I didn't expect that the reality is more torturous than the movie. I followed the snakehead to the United States and was almost sold as a duck. But if the woman hadn't looked so sorry for humans at the time, maybe he would have gritted his teeth and injured it. Although he knew that she looked too scary, he ran away that day. But once out of the tiger's den, you will fall into the wolf's den. He had no visa, and once he was taken in by a kind-hearted man who knew that this man was a homosexual who specialized in deceiving illegal residents like them, especially those who looked good. No one dared to call the police after they took him home to have sex with him a few times, so Dulé was in trouble. Fortunately, he was strong and found a good opportunity, so he injured the white man and ran away. After these adventures, he understood the difference between capitalist society and China. The biggest difference is that in China, only women worry about their chastity. Here, men also have to worry about their chastity. Men in the United States are also in danger of being raped. In particular, there were many news reports on TV programs about men being raped. Dulé later felt that he was lucky. He was able to escape twice. Dulé carefully looked at the smiling Zhou Jixi and was very wary of him. After the boss sells the farm, I'd better change my job. We must nip the danger in the bud and never give Zhou Jixi any chance. If Zhou Jixi knew that Dulé was thinking about this, he would definitely not say that he was crazy, but Dulé definitely had a condition of paranoia. I think it was the early days of smuggling here, and Dulé had experienced a lot. I have to introduce you again. This is Jess Zhou, who came to the mainland like you. If everything goes well, he will be your new boss in a few days. I think you don't need to worry about your future job. Mr. Zhou will definitely not have any racial discrimination. Zhou Jixi looked at All Jim who was speaking and laughed at the thought. How do you know I don't have racial discrimination? This thing is really there, but you just don't know it. Jess Zhou, Chinese, and he and I are both from the mainland. Thinking of this, he looked at Zhao Jixi suspiciously, and he didn't need to think about it. He now knew that his future boss would be this person. Of course I know myself better than myself. Du Lei, who was thinking in circles in his mind, blushed the more he thought about it. Just now, someone just said something, and he was so stupid that he thought he was a person who did that kind of thing. Thinking about it, he was embarrassed to look at Zhao Jixi. It seems that the other person's enthusiasm just now is real, and it's not the comradeship he thought it was. He is really thinking too much. Chapter 508 Sheep and Water. After Du Lei solved Zhao Jixi's doubts about homosexuality, he relaxed his mind and started chatting with Zhao Jixi. Zhao Jixi didn't know that the former illegal immigrant in front of him was still working and studying in the United States. He also studied management knowledge in agriculture and animal husbandry, but the school was a little worse than the one Alan attended. After all, Du Lei didn't have so much money and energy to go so far to attend the college that was known as the Harvard of cowboy schools. After chatting for a long time, Zhao Jixi felt that this Chinese compatriot was quite good. After all, he was one of his own. If he had the ability in the future and bought a farm again, he could consider getting him a farm manager. Now that he bought this place, he could first serve as Atwood's deputy. After all, there was a local tyrant in the new farm, and he could also better sort out the relationships inside. In the afternoon, Hall Jim invited Zhao Jixi and the others to his home, and invited them to try the products of their farm. In addition to beef, Creek Farm also has cheese made from dairy cows and a small batch of Dutch goats. This kind of mutton is tender and fresh, with a strong, but not greasy smell, especially when roasted into lamb chops. After eating only one piece, Zhao Jixi felt that this kind of sheep should be cultivated in the space in the future, and then raised on the farm outside. The taste is definitely better than now, and it may become another signature dish of his own Western restaurant. What is attractive in the Western restaurant now is the beef, provided by Takeaway Farm, and the vegetable salad and fresh soup, provided in small quantities by Sky Farm. In addition, there are coffee beans that Zhao Jixi supplies to the Western restaurant in small quantities. Now Zhao Jixi also thinks this lamb chop is good, so he can buy it and put it in the Western restaurant. Zhao Jixi quietly mentioned this idea to Atwood, and the old guy also thought it was a good idea. He used to eat beef when he visited before, and he didn't know that the lamb chops at Creek Farm tasted so good. Seeing Zhao Jixi and the others were very emotional, Hal Jim introduced them. This is a subspecies of Dutch sheep that I have cultivated after several experiments. Although it tastes very good, it is very difficult to breed the second generation. It takes many sheep breeds to breed them alternately. If you want them to breed by themselves, the success rate is very low. That's a pity, Atwood said with emotion. So that's it. It's just a failure. No wonder he didn't apply to the Ministry of Agriculture. This batch grew up after breeding in the past. I also found that their meat quality is very good after they grew up. However, it is too difficult to crossbreed them, and it is too difficult for them to breed the second generation by themselves. In addition, I don't plan to run the farm anymore, so this kind of sheep may become extinct in the future, Hal Jim said. Zhao Jixi rolled his eyes and asked, Mr. Jim, don't you want to continue breeding? Maybe you can fix their variants? Wouldn't it be a pity to give up like this? Hall Jim shook his head. I plan to buy a farm in my hometown after returning home. Maybe I will try again, but I haven't been in the mood for the past few years. Atwood already knew a little about Zhao Jixi's plan. It seemed that his boss wanted to take the sheep back and try it himself. He was not very interested in this kind of breed that failed to be bred. American farmers didn't know how many new breeds they had bred, but there were not many that could stabilize the genes and keep them unchanged for several generations. It was not so cost effective to continue breeding this kind of privately bred sheep. Zhao Jixi was not worried about the problem Hall Jim mentioned. He would throw it into the space when the time came. We would take our time and use local time to accelerate. Even if it was a sheep with a high mortality rate, one could always survive after a few more attempts. Besides, There was enough spiritual energy in the space, which could definitely reduce the mortality rate. If it doesn't work, I will crossbreed with other sheep and make a new one. After making up his mind, he said, Mr. Jim, I'm very interested in your hybrid sheep. Their meat is really great. It would be a pity to give up these cute guys. Jim listened to Zhou's meaning. As an old cowboy, he is also a farmer and a businessman. He will not do a loss-making business, especially when someone likes it. Mr. Zhou, do you want these sheep? I have this idea. Their meat is very suitable for my appetite. Zhou is not stupid. Liking does not mean that you must have it. The price is too high. I'm not a fool to slaughter you. I still have 5 or 7 of these sheep here, including 23 rams and 34 ewes. If you need it, I can consider selling it to you, Mr. Zhou. Jim said with a smile. How much is it? I still need the subsequent breeding authorization. If I succeed in breeding in the future, I will have no interest in Mr. Jim. Zhou said directly. $3 million US. I can agree to your conditions. Jim said. Mr. Jim, you can't make money as fast as robbing a bank, and your sheep is still an unstable breed. This price is too outrageous. Zhou hadn't said anything yet, and Atwood jumped out to play the good cop. Zhou also nodded. Mr. Jim, I'm very sincere. I can only give you $1 million US at most. This is my bottom price. If you are interested, I will give you extra money. Of course, even if it fails, it will not affect our farm transaction. If it doesn't affect it, no one will believe it. If it doesn't affect it, why do you still say it? Jim complained in his heart, but this price was indeed within his acceptable range. I can promise you, Mr. Zhou, but I will only sell it. At that time, I also want to keep a copy of the subsequent breeding rights. After all, I still want to stabilize their genes in my lifetime. What do you think of this deal? Zhou agreed directly without any nonsense. Anyway, my brother has made it clear that he wants to use space to cheat. Even if you breed it, you will definitely not be able to compare with the sheep I breed. Space is unique and there is no other semicolon. By then, even if you stabilize the genes of the sheep I breed will probably be far from yours. The first deal came a little unexpectedly. The two had already reached a verbal intention and agreement on this. As long as the lawyers of both parties arrived, they would draft an effective legal document. After the two signed it, it would take effect. Zhou tasted their beef at the stream farm again. It was really good. After all, it was free-range cattle, which was much better than cattle raised in cages. Mr. Jim, my boss has the intention to buy the tens of thousands of cattle left on your farm. As long as you give a reasonable price, I believe you can save the commission to the auction house, Atwood said to Jim. Don't worry about that. The price I offer will never be high. The current price of beef is $1.25 per pound. I can give you $1.20 per pound. The price is the same for both bulls and cows, but you have to buy the dairy cows from my farm in a package. Atwood shook his head. Mr. Jim, we are sincere in helping you solve the problem, but the price you offer is still too high. I don't want to continue bargaining with you. The price is $1.10 per pound. No, although I need to pay a commission for auctioning, your price is too low. I'm afraid I can't agree to it. Jim shook his head and said. The price of beef was only $1 a pound a few days ago. It was only because of the recent drought that the price rose a little. At that time, you and I both knew that allocation would not increase costs due to drought. So 1.1 is our final price. As for the dairy cows, we can also buy them in a package. Jim was silent for a long time, and Zhou and Atwood did not disturb him. It's best to let him think carefully at this time. Just when Zhou was getting a little impatient, Jim finally spoke on time. Okay, then it's $1.1 per pound. But there is a condition. I hope you don't lay off employees. After taking over the farm, they are all a group of good guys. Atwood turned around and nodded to Zhou, indicating that this price was indeed the lowest and his conditions could be agreed, but there had to be some room. Okay, deal. But we won't lay off employees for the time being. As long as they work hard, we can guarantee that there will be no layoffs in the absence of a financial crisis. Zhou nodded and agreed. The farm transaction has not been successful yet, but Zhou bought the sheep and cattle first. In this regard, he did want to add some cattle to the farm. Another thing is to ask Atwood to bring a batch of calves to the Sky Farm to try and see if the meat quality can be improved. Although the result is positive, he still has to pretend that he doesn't know. Atwood also meant that the changes in the farm were really a bit strange. He always suspected that the development of groundwater made the grassland on the farm better. Only then the cattle were fed well, and the beef became delicious. After all, to raise cattle well, the sheep must first produce good grass. In addition, with the arrival of Zhou, the irrigation system was laid in all aspects, and the pipeline was also connected to the groundwater. Sometimes water was pumped up from below. Compared with river water, groundwater has richer minerals and better purity. In addition to some water rights issues and Hangzhi issues, Atwood originally thought that groundwater should be connected to keep a backup water source for the farm. The farm has changed for so long, and he has not found the reason. He can only suspect the groundwater. As for Zhou, anyone with no problem in his head would not think of him. This is completely unrelated. How can it be linked to his boss? Chapter 509. Money is never enough. Atwood had never thought it was Zhou, and the people in the farm had never thought of him. They just sided Zhou's good luck. Unexpectedly, because Zhou was willing to spend money, Atwood didn't mind laying pipes underground to pump water, and unexpectedly it brought Zhou good luck. Although no one confirmed that it was because of the water, they couldn't help but have some guesses. After Zhou and Atwood looked at each other, the purpose of coming here today was basically reached. After the basic agreement was reached, as long as Zhou's people inspected and evaluated it, and confirmed that there were no asset problems, they would negotiate the price transaction. In the evening, the sunset glow matched the last remaining light of the sun today. Zhou and Sei rode on the way back. After buying the stream farm, you should observe Dulei more. I think this young man is not bad. Okay, boss. Atwood didn't say anything nonsense. Zhou gave the order, and he just had to execute it. As for whether there was any selfishness, it was not his business. When they returned to the villa, they saw the children playing with 1K and the others. Niu ran up to Zhou as soon as she saw him. Dad, what did you do today? Dad went to do business. Zhou picked up his daughter and put her on his shoulders. Several Tibetan masters also ran over and circled around Zhou. He reached out and touched 1K's furry head, then squatted down and touched the other two. Hey, you seem to be a little fat recently. Dad, 1K and the others are not fat. Uncle Alan said they have grown up and are becoming stronger and stronger now. Niu corrected Zhou by grabbing his hair on his shoulder. Okay, the dogs have grown up. Now these dogs are no longer like the fat dogs that were like balls when they just left the space. Now they look a bit like Tibetan mastiffs. Alan said that when the three of them went hunting with him, they bit 2 blue wolves to death. Saiyan followed and saw that his former brothers had grown faster than him. He couldn't help but feel depressed. He was thinking, when can he grow up to be like the gorilla on TV? He waved his arms and threw Sanaya away. Usually when Zhou is not at home, these guys like to get together. But after a few dogs followed Alan and his cowboys, they also became wild. Whenever these people want to go hunting, they like to take them with them. As time goes by, 1K and his dogs also become hot-blooded and aggressive. The animals in Zhou's farm have been almost invisible around the villa recently. After a few of their kind were bitten to death by these guys, the grazing animals in this territory, they're not run over casually. The next afternoon, Harvey finally arrived with a group of people. Zhou went to the farm office to meet them. Looking at Harvey, who still looked cool and handsome, Zhou couldn't help but admire this guy a little. It seems that he has been living a comfortable life recently. Old man, you look very good. Boss, this is all because of your care. Harvey flattered him a little. Hey, David, do you want a cup of coffee? After Zhou greeted Harvey, he greeted his accountant David. Okay, thank you, boss. David still looked serious, and recently he wore a pair of black framed glasses, which made him look more aura. He is indeed an elite, and his elite style can't be concealed, even if he wants to. Miko, give Mr. David a cup of coffee, and Harvey and the guys who are working here should also give one. Harvey wants it without sugar, and Miss Joy just needs a glass of juice. Zhou Jixi told Mizi all the personal needs he had just written down. Mizi held a small notebook in her hand and quickly recorded and sketched. She didn't have as good a memory as Zhou Jixi, and she could remember so many things at once. Fortunately, she was very good at sketching, so she just had to write it down so that she could understand it. Everyone looked at Zhou Jixi with admiration. It turned out that successful people have one or two things that are different from others. Okay, guys, you will set out in a moment and make the evaluation report of Creek Farm as soon as possible. Zhou Jixi said to the hired evaluation team, Harvey, you should also ask the mayor about their legal issues so that there will be no historical problems when I buy it, and prepare an intellectual property transfer agreement. Atwood will tell you in detail about this aspect. Okay, boss. Harvey replied quickly. The assistant lawyer behind him also wrote down Zhou Jixi's requirements in a sketch to prevent his boss from forgetting things. Zhou Jixi then turned to David and said, David, your task is to check their accounts. I think you should know how to do this better than me. No problem, boss. We are professionals. David said confidently. That's good. Zhou Jixi stood up and said, I hope everything goes well this time. In the afternoon, this group of people went to Hall Jim's Creek Farm accompanied by Atwood and a few old cowboys. Zhou Jixi didn't want to go there. With an old cowboy who knew the farm's tricks well, and a group of professionals, there was no need for him, the boss, to follow him. He was waiting for Atwood to sign the legal documents and then get back the dozens of sheep that had been negotiated. It would take a few more days to deal with the farm issue. Christmas was getting closer and closer, and the festive atmosphere in the United States was also rising. Even though it was a small town with a population of only 10,000 or 20,000, Mappa Desiree became joyful. The red Christmas decorations quickly occupied the color of the town. Most parents either had a few friends, or brought one or two children, or the whole family went together. They all went to the deep forest to cut a small tree and went back to dress it up as the annual Christmas tree, looking forward to Santa Claus climbing down the chimney and putting a beloved gift in their stockings. The farm negotiations lasted for 3 days before they were settled. Zhou Jixi spent $43 million to buy all the property rights of Creek Farm. Then he spent another $33 million to buy 30,000 beef cattle, plus 2,000 young dairy cows. This deal cost Zhou Jixi more than $60 million of his recent watermelon sales. He also got more than $40 million from the last watermelon sale. Because of this deal, he took out another $13 million, and only then did he complete this deal worth $76 million. Zhou Jixi, who was paying, looked at his cash income in the past few months, which suddenly turned from $100 million to $10 million. When he sold incense, he had more than $40 million. Plus the more than $40 million he got from the first round of watermelon sales. The second round of watermelon sales earned $63 million. For the first time, his cash flow felt like it was over $100 million. Every time he saw the series of numbers in his account, he felt so proud and satisfied. After spending so much recently, he now only has a little over $70 million in cash, all of which are stored in the Bank of America. Every year, he has to pay interest on the $1.5 billion borrowed from the bank. Compared with the growth rate of Apple's stock, this is nothing. But if Apple's stock is not sold for a day, his pocket is not rich. He borrowed $1.5 billion from the bank as a fixed mortgage loan, and the original annual interest rate was 3.34%. But the US economic crisis has not lasted long, and Zhou Jixi used good fixed assets as collateral. The annual rate of return is very rich. He also negotiated with the bank and got an interest rate of 2.65%. After a year, Zhou Jixi did nothing and had to pay back the bank $37.5 million, which is nearly $40 million. This is also the problem, that he was always anxious about money some time ago. If he can't exchange this cash, he will have to exchange more than $100 million in 3 years. Bank of America saw that Apple's stock was growing well, and it hoped that Zhou Jixi would not pay the interest, and he could earn tens of millions more dollars in a few years. How could Zhou Jixi, who is narrow-minded, be taken advantage of by the bank like this? Although the tens of billions of dollars can be turned into tens of billions of dollars after selling the stocks, the interest of more than $100 million is just a drizzle. But Zhou Jixi can't bear to give up a few tenths of a drizzle. It's better to pay back tens of millions of dollars a year honestly and strive to pay a sum of money every year. After 3 years, the interest can save more than $10 million. As Zhou Jixi's personal accountant, David must of course ask his employer to think of the best financial plan. In addition to the interest, these tens of millions of dollars can be tax-free, which saves a lot of money. After hearing David's analysis, Zhou Jixi crossed out $37.5 million of the more than $70 million in his hand. Well, now there is only about $39 million left in the pocket. Money, money. I can't even take out the money to buy an NBA team, and now I can't afford a football team, let alone the baseball team I'm eyeing. Why do I feel like I'm still a poor man? Zhou Jixi looked at the money in this year's account and sighed. After Christmas, the rent for the store on 5th Avenue will be collected again in the new year, and the rental apartment over there will also be some money coming in. Then life will be much better. Zhou Jixi calculated his money. We should increase the watermelon production a little bit. We should get about 80 million next month. It should be a happy thing for everyone. By now, some upper class people have known about the green elf watermelon. The market is also in high demand and low supply. I have cultivated a new group of customers in the past 3 months. I won't affect the market price if I sell more. Zhou Jixi felt much better when he thought of this. One watermelon auction can earn back the more than 70 million he paid this time. Chapter 510. Let's cut down the trees. In the morning, Dad, it's Christmas. Let's go cut down trees and make Christmas trees together, okay? My daughter, who has been in the United States for a few months, has already had some understanding of the culture here. In addition, after interacting with the people on the farm and communicating with the children of her employees, she has also regarded Christmas, which she was not very clear about, as a more important day. Not long after the sun came out in the morning, Niu, who usually didn't get up before 12 o'clock, got up earlier than Zhou Jixi and ran to his room with Xianshan, rocking Zhou Jixi on the bed and talking. Zhou Jixi opened his eyes in a daze, and he saw a little face that looked like his own between the eyebrows, and there was another little face that looked a bit like his own next to him. It is said that nephews look like their uncles. After staying with Zhou Jixi for so long, Xianshan's eyebrows are getting more and more like Zhou Jixi. In fact, Zhou Jixi's sisters also have this feature. Xianshan looks like Zhou Jixi, just like her mother. But the two of them got together. If it wasn't stated that the three of them went out together, they would definitely be thought to be Zhou Jixi's daughters. Niu, Xianshan, why did you get up so early in the morning? Zhou Jixi hugged his daughter, who was wearing a specially customized Angry Birds pajamas. He lifted his right hand and picked up his niece, muttering something, but his face was still leaning on the pillow and didn't want to pick her up. Uncle, you promised me and my sister yesterday that you would take us to chop trees today. Please get up quickly. Xianshan turned over the big hand that was pressing on her small body. The two of them couldn't lift Zhou Jixi's thigh-thick arms with their hands, let alone pull up his muscular body. Xianshan pulled her sister Niu, and the two moved to Zhou Jixi's side, using all their strength to start pushing Zhou Jixi up. Ah, it's so heavy. Daddy, get up, let's go chop trees. Uncle, the sun is shining on your butt, get up quickly. The two little guys couldn't push Zhou Jixi no matter what, and they were so tired that they were panting. But they still pushed him persistently. Even if Zhou Jixi wanted to sleep in, he couldn't stand the two little bees nagging in his ears. The little girl saw that she couldn't move, so she thought of a way. Xianshan pulled Niu over and whispered a few words in her ear. The two stood up with a sly smile. After looking at each other, they squatted down, jumped up hard, and jumped on Zhou Jixi's bed. Dad, get up. Dad, get up. Uncle is a lazy pig. Uncle is a lazy pig. Uncle is getting up soon. Zhou Jixi was speechless. It seems that I get up earlier than you two little brats every day. Ah. Zhou Jixi suddenly turned over and jumped up and scared the two children. When he turned around, Niuniu's body tilted. If she lay down, her upper body would fall to the ground. Zhao Jixi quickly hugged his daughter. Ah, Dad, Uncle, you scared me. Uncle is a bad guy. Haha. I told you two unlucky kids to bother me. It's only what time? Didn't we say we'd go in the afternoon? Zhao Jixi hugged the two children and let them sit on his arms. His thick arms were really strong enough to run horses. The two children didn't feel uncomfortable sitting on them. Uncle Alan said that if we go in the afternoon, we'll be late. It will take a long time to pick a tree, and it will take several hours to cut a tree. Niu said to Zhao Jixi in a calculated manner like a little adult. Why do children think so much? My brain is so bad. Zhao Jixi was ashamed. The children now have a sense of time, but he still thinks about some solutions when he goes to do things. Especially for such small things, it's okay to feel that it's about right. Niu was not convinced after hearing this, and said to Zhao Jixi righteously, but Grandma said that we should have a plan when doing things. What's called planning life, and what's called thinking twice before acting. Yes, Grandma said that. I know it too. Xianshan, who is now much smaller, said on her left shoulder. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't free his hands, Zhao Jixi really wanted to hide his face and leave. Now that the child is educated, I still want to be a qualified good father. Well, now even the children are more qualified than me. Let's just pretend that we are Liu and coordinate the overall situation. For children, let the old lady educate them. Old Lady Yang, who was born as a lady from the East and has stayed in the West for decades, can be said to be a fusion of Chinese and Western. She has a better say than me in education. Let's learn humbly. Zhao Jixi thought to himself while holding the child. After going to the bathroom, he had to squat like a horse when washing his face and brushing his teeth, and there were two children sitting on his arms who refused to get down. Only after squatting down could he twist the towel with his hands. Dad, can I help you brush your teeth? Niu took Zhao Jixi's toothpaste, stretched out her hand to Xianshan, who had the toothpaste, and asked Zhao Jixi seriously. I wanted to. Xianshan likes to move around when she is happy. If Zhao Jixi hadn't reacted quickly, she would have almost fallen down. Zhao Jixi thought this would not be a good idea, but unfortunately his daughter and niece liked it, so he would play for a while. Okay, you are all good. You know how to help adults. You are all good children. How about one person coming for a while later? Well, the two little girls nodded diligently in response. Left, oh, be gentle, oh, gums. Zhao Jixi shouted incoherently. His daughter and niece were having fun, and this was the beginning of his bad luck. After taking care of personal hygiene, Zhao Jixi took the two children to exercise. Unless there is something necessary, he still does it every day. People always have to be a little persistent, so he took this matter to see how long he can persist. Master, good morning. As usual, Zhao Jixi ran to the old lady to greet her. Good morning, Grandma. The two little people who were still sitting on Zhao Jixi's arms also called out sweetly. What are you doing? You got up so early. Dad, Uncle, is going to take us to cut down the Christmas tree. We are going to decorate a very beautiful Christmas tree. Grandma, you will see it when the time comes. It will definitely be the most beautiful. The two little people talked to the old lady in a relatively organized manner. Zhao Jixi also smiled bitterly. He ran to my bed early this morning to call me to get up. This child is really energetic. Well, it's good to take him out to play. You, as a father, have to watch him carefully. Don't be impatient, understand? Hey. Zhao Jixi responded depressedly. Dad is impatient. Dad is impatient. Niu clapped her hands. Niu. As soon as the old lady's low voice came out, Niu and Xianshan immediately became ladies. Okay, go exercise quickly, finish breakfast early and go. Come back early in the evening. The children got up so early today, let them rest early in the evening. Don't hurt their vitality. The old lady told Zhao Jixi. Yes, I know, Master. Zhao Jixi said, and took the two children to run a few laps. The two children laughed happily on the top, and kept asking Zhao Jixi to run faster. After running, he put the children down, and did 2 sets of boxing, and then took them to have breakfast first. With motivation, the two children ate breakfast very quickly. Usually they were faster than ordinary children, and the speed at this time was even more amazing. They finished the oatmeal in the bowl in a few bites, and ate a few buns and other grains. This little belly is like a little adult. It would be strange if they were not affected by Zhou, a big eater. Fortunately, the old lady was well organized, and the food in the space was indeed easy to digest. The appetite of the two children gradually grew bigger, and it was really scary when they ate. "Dad, let's finish eating quickly." The two children knocked on the bowls to urge him. Zhou, who was still holding a bun in one hand, worked on both sides. Well, the food in his mouth made him speak incoherently. After eating the bun in his hand and clearing all the food on the table, Zhou clapped his hands in satisfaction and wiped his mouth. "Okay, let's go." "Yeah." He took the two children to the garage to drive out the Raptor's F550 Raptor pickup truck. He also brought all the necessary tools such as chainsaws, axes, pull ropes, pulleys, etc. in the car. But it's a pity that it snows in California, otherwise the two children can go and have a snowball fight. In the car, Zhou sat in the main seat and drove, and the two children sat in the co-pilot. With these two little kids, the big seat was more than enough. As for traffic safety, who has the time to take care of this in the countryside? What's more, it was in Zhou's own territory. The security measures were well taken. No one could break in without being discovered by the bodyguards of the farm. He even made air defenses and radar reconnaissance to ensure that no one would play any special raids. The weapons were purchased from France through multiple channels. France buys arms as much as the United States. When buying, they saw a lot of good things, so that the two security consultants who went there couldn't help but want to take them back to try. As for whether they bought it or not, Zhou would never admit that he knew they bought it. The items were placed on an unknown island on the high seas. It was not his people who picked up the goods. Anyway, the four security consultants saw what they needed a few days later. As for where the other things were, they would never ask too much. It's just that they don't know whether it was arranged by the old lady or by someone else. Indistinctly, they felt that their boss was not as simple as they imagined. They seemed to have heard that the old man Bud was not such a simple person before. But the boss paid, so they had to do their own things well. Chapter 511, Sawing a Tree. The old lady was secretly in charge of this matter, and the legal issues had nothing to do with Zhou. As for the more than 10 million bill and the anti-aircraft weapons lying in his space, it would prove that Zhou was not someone who was easy to bully. Anyway, for any malicious raid, Zhou would let them feel what a big firepower war is when it is the most difficult time. France sold that thing to Iraq a lot at the beginning. Once it is locked, the planes basically fight one by one. If the terrorists and kidnappers come, then basically we can only laugh. At that time, Zhou looked at the babies in the space and couldn't help laughing. In the Carniu, let's go to a place with snow next year. We can make snowmen, have snowball fights, and ski. We can also spend a Christmas there. Do you think this is a good idea? No, the weather with snow is so cold. Niu doesn't like snow the most. Every time her feet will itch, and her hands will itch too. The little girl wanted it like a apple, and she didn't want it. Chilblains? Zhou suddenly thought of this. Seeing the marks on the child's hands, he thought it was congenital before, but now Zhou understood. Although the old man didn't starve his daughter before, his life was still average. We pick up bottles in winter, which is more uncomfortable than in summer. Xianshan asked in surprise, why does sister go to pick up bottles? Grandpa is not in good health sometimes, and there is no money at home to buy medicine for grandpa, so sister picks up bottles, so there is money to buy medicine for grandpa. Niu said to Xianshan. Oh. Then Xianshan will also pick up bottles to treat mom's illness in the future. Xianshan, don't you have money at home? Niu looked serious. Sister, here is the pocket money given by dad. I'll give it to you, Xianshan, and you can use it to buy medicine for your mom. Zhou listened to the innocent conversation between the two and fell silent when he saw his daughter. He sighed quietly in secret. I owe my daughter too much. He never really understands her life. No need to thank my sister. Xianshan has her own money. But when mom is sick, it seems that she can go to the doctor by herself. When Xianshan is treated, mom has money to pay the doctor. Okay, don't talk about this anymore. Don't forget what we are here for. Remember? Zhao Jixi said. Cut down trees and go back to make Christmas trees. The two little people said in unison. Yes, my princesses, how big a Christmas tree do you need? The knight will cut it down for you. Zhao Jixi said loudly in a role-playing manner. My knight, we need a big Christmas tree. Now let us see your ability. Go ahead. Xianshan quickly entered the game of Princess and Knight. This program is the child's favorite. However, all the animals at home seem to have been knighted, so Zhao Jixi doesn't like to play this anymore. Today is not to change the topic. He doesn't want to be on the same level as 1K and the others. Brother is getting worse and worse. The pickup truck drove into the woods. Fortunately, Ford's Raptor series has good off-road capabilities. The road conditions are not very good for the car, and it is not too bumpy when running. The little girls wore cowhide boots on their feet, which just reach the position of their calves. The upper body is a cowboy suit. There is no cowboy hat on the head, but a pink duckbill cap. It was given to them by Nikki Hilton. Xianshan likes it very much and often wears it. Niu is not so loving. However, they all have bracelets woven by the little fairies on their hands, feet, and necks. This thing is very good at repelling insects. With them, Zhao Jixi can also feel more at ease. At least he doesn't worry about any poisonous insects biting his daughter and niece. Okay, girls, we have arrived at our destination now. Take your little tools and move around. Zhao Jixi stopped the car and said to the two children, and then carried them out of the car one by one. Yeah, I want to saw the tree too. Okay, you all come too. Zhao Jixi agreed to the children's words, took the chainsaw and axe from the back of the pickup truck, tied the axe and rope to his left waist, held the chainsaw in his hand, put a dust cover on his neck, and put it on when he was going to saw the tree later. He also wore a pair of white work glasses on his forehead to prevent dust from getting into his eyes and making him uncomfortable. He also carried a tool bag on his waist and put some small tools in it. It would have been best to put it directly in the space, but there were children with him. If he did it casually like that, the children's mouths would not be so secretive. Besides, carrying it with him could actually educate them and let them know what to bring when going out for outdoor activities. The last step was to take out the crossbow gun that he liked the most from the car and then tie a pot of arrows that could be grabbed by hand on his calf. He could get into the right position by squatting slightly, and he could also pull out the arrows and load them immediately. He could also rush forward in the starting position or turn around and retreat backwards. After everything was ready, Zhao Jixi looked at the rear view mirror again. It looks really handsome. The protagonist in Resident Evil probably doesn't have the same style as me, but he didn't buy 2 dogleg knives. Fortunately, we have half a machete, which is enough. Then he turned back to look at the children who looked the same as Zhao Jixi, but many things were shrunk. Children, look, is dad handsome now? The two girls were doing it by themselves and didn't notice Zhao Jixi asking for attention at all. Xianshan, help your sister buckle this belt. Your sister can't buckle it. Niu was having a headache about the hanging rope and her small axe belt at this time. After a long time, she still couldn't get it done. Her sister got it done faster than her. Hey, here it comes. Xianshan said immediately. A gust of cold wind blew, and Zhao Jixi was ridiculous in the wind, and he posed a handsome pose for nothing. In the woods, the lush trees are so lush. The big trees here are arranged in an orderly manner. This is where Old Man Bud wanted to plant trees. He said that, if there were more trees on the farm, the air would be much better. If you go forward, there are some small hills and some trees that bloom and grow everywhere. These things were not planted by Zhao Jixi or Old Man Bud. These trees were there before. Sometimes birds from afar would rest here. After doing their gastrointestinal exercises, they would bring seeds to this location. After walking for a while, many squirrels ran away one by one without even looking at Zhao Jixi because they had a guest. Zhao Jixi liked this place more and more. There were really few places in the big forest that could compare to this place. The two children followed Zhao Jixi. They were also dressed in tight clothes, but they didn't have a crossbow or a small axe. They were just for show. If they cut meat, there would only be a little blood. Dad, are we here to cut trees or hunt? Why do you still have arrows? Niu asked when she saw Zhao Jix's big crossbow. Cut trees, hunt casually. He waved his hand and cut off a branch in front of him. Uncle, do you think that tree looks good? Let's use it as a Christmas tree. Xianshan pointed to a tree and said. Zhao Jixi looked in the direction she pointed. The size was moderate and his villa could fit in. But of course the two children couldn't just ask one. Niu, what do you think of the tree your sister saw? Niu also took a look and felt that it was not bad. So he said, then Dad, let's cut this tree. Do you think it's okay? Well, no problem, my princesses. Zhao Jixi walked forward. The two children were also happy, but they didn't get too close to Zhao Jixi. They also knew that there would be dust when cutting trees, and they were a little afraid that the trees would fall and touch them. If there was any accident, it would definitely not be a good thing if a tree fell on them. Zhao Jixi put on a mask and work glasses, and then started to pull the chainsaw in his hand. Soon the chainsaw began to buzz, and Zhao Jixi nodded in satisfaction. Stand back a little, don't come over here casually, okay? Zhao Jixi shouted to his daughter in the distance. Yeah, got it, Dad, we won't run over there. Niu shouted loudly. After that, Zhao Jixi made an okay sign, and the two girls also made one. Then he started sawing trees. Zhao Jixi was playing when he received a call from China. Still wondering if it was the sisters, he put down the chainsaw, took out his mobile phone, and saw that it was a few brothers he met during a domestic tour. Why is this buddy calling me? He muttered and picked up the phone. Zhao Jixi thought these buddies were nice, and he was very enthusiastic when he spoke. Hey, brother, you missed me, right? Do you want a drink? Look at the phone call. Didn't you say you were coming to America? I haven't even seen you. What are you doing? Zhao Jixi talked a lot, and Huang Zhangai was a little dazed. He couldn't remember what he was going to say just now. He also replied to Zhao Jixi's words. I miss you, brother, but I still want to drink with you. The last time you came back to China, we brothers didn't drink enough. He was talking about the time when sister you had a miscarriage, when Zhao Jixi went back. I miss you. Why don't you come to America to play? You know my scenery. It's a pity. If you don't come, then I'll take you to hunt deer, wolves, and bears. Plenty of guns and bullets. Zhao Jixi said very heroically. For these brothers who used to take good care of him, this thing really didn't matter to him. Fast update pure text. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 512. Something's wrong with your lover? Huang Zhangai was very excited when he heard this. He wanted to go last time, but something happened, and he was delayed. At that time, the children at home were almost done for summer vacation, so how could he go? I was delayed because of something. You don't know that the secretary who just came to our city some time ago was so arrogant that he really thought he was something. He looked very powerful, but he left in disgrace recently. Zhao Jixi knew it was about his work as soon as he heard it. It was probably the local officials who were not satisfied with the parachuted people. When Zhao Jixi was in China, they were fighting. Unexpectedly, it was almost the end of the year, and they had a result. Come to think of it, the people on the ground there are all very tough, especially the ethnic mixed people. The Han people are also united because of geographical relations. Zhao Jixi just listened to this casually and didn't comment much. But because of this matter, the brothers over there also like to talk to him from time to time. Okay, it looks like a successful start. Congratulations. He stopped there and just sent his blessings. Haha. Of course I want to, but you're not here. What are you congratulating me for? Let's save this for when you come back and we meet. It's not nice to say it over the phone. Huang Zhangai said. Okay, the Chinese New Year is just over a month away, so I'll have to go back, and we brothers can get together then. Zhao Jixi paused for a moment when he said this. Will you go to Liao's place to play? The top star mentioned in the previous article. Although I know he's married, Huang Zhang also goes out to play sometimes. But he plays, but he just wants to have fun, because he's a man. He eats what's in the bowl, stares at what's in the pot, and thinks about what's in the basin. Fortunately, he never brings it home, and he doesn't play any emotional dramas. He doesn't support a mistress, he just plays around. When he returns home, he's still a good father and a good husband. Zhao Jixi didn't know if his sister-in-law knew about it, but she looked very happy. I guess she knew it, but didn't know it. At that time, Zhao Jixi thought, this man. If you have the ability to play, you have to have the ability to cheat. If you can cheat a woman for a lifetime, that's a success. Women are not like this either. They are either cheated by their husbands or cheat themselves. If they really let their husbands get away with other women, they are stupid. As for the scumbag, just throw it to other women and let them cause trouble, so that they can breathe a sigh of relief. Don't. My brother has been cultivating himself recently. Let's have some vegetarian food. Huang Zhang said simply. Oh, I understand. Zhao Jixi looked like he understood and stopped talking about it. Either his wife was next to him, or it was inconvenient. What do you know? You understand? Huang Zhang said unhappily, but he didn't explain much. Zhao Jixi laughed to himself, which made old Huang feel a little flustered and cautious. After talking for a long time, Zhao Jixi still didn't know what he called for. Brother, I'm talking so much that I don't even know what you were going to tell me just now. Huang Zhang couldn't help but slap his head. He was just thinking about it, but he forgot it in a flash. His wife was actually peeling an apple for him next to him. Seeing this, she said, Old Huang, what are you doing? Nothing, nothing. Look at my brain. I forgot about the business. What? Zhao Jixi asked. No, I'm talking to your sister-in-law. Huang Zhang said to the phone. I'm talking to you. Business. I know, you've been talking for a long time, and you're just chatting nonsense now. Zhao Jixi rolled his eyes. This brother doesn't look like an official. Isn't it said that this kind of people are very smart? You started talking as soon as I answered the phone. I didn't have the time to interrupt you. You said it with good intentions. Well, blame me, brother. What's going on? Huang Zhang coughed, and his tone became formal. I'm telling you, what's going on between you and Tang Hongyu? Have you two broken up? Zhao Jixi was a little confused. Why did he talk about Sister Yu? He talked about this serious matter for most of the day. That's it. Shouldn't it be considered that we haven't broken up? You know, we just get together. She doesn't plan to get married, and I don't have that intention either. Then we haven't broken up. As expected, he is a criminal investigator. He doesn't waste words until he gets to the result. Well, I guess not. Zhao Jixi said, but brother, why are you asking this? Huang Zhang understood the answer. The two men and women were heartless. I'm telling you, kid. 2 days ago, your sister-in-law and I went out to eat and happened to meet Tang Hongyu. Huang Zhang took the apple that his wife had peeled and took a bite. Well, then, Zhao Jixi asked. It was probably something, otherwise it wouldn't be worth talking about it. Guess what? I saw her having dinner with a man. Huang Zhang said. A man. Zhao Jixi felt a little uncomfortable. Although the two people's affairs were their own affairs, no one could ask the two free people to stick to each other for anything. Zhao Jixi himself couldn't do it. Could he ask others to be an ascetic for himself? I guess this plot will only appear in novels. In reality, everyone should be more realistic. Even if the two people have a relationship with each other, it's useless to stare at them if they want to cheat. 30 minutes is already a very tight time for cheating. For those who are of lower quality or who pursue speed, a few minutes is enough to get it done. So there is no need to ask too much. Those who are willing to wait for you will naturally wait for you. Those who are unwilling will not be willing to do so no matter what you do. Are you in love with that man? Zhao Jixi said with a slightly unhappy tone. No. Poof. Zhao Jixi really felt like he was about to ejaculate. Brother, why are you telling me about a man if there is no one? That's her ex-husband. Zhao Jixi was alert for a moment and instinctively felt that something was wrong. Ex-husband? Wait, brother, you have to tell me what's going on. Ex-husband. I really haven't heard her mention this person. It seems that there was a quarrel in the restaurant that day. I heard a few words over there. It seems that this man went bankrupt and wanted to come back to remarry her recently. As a result, Tang Hangaiu was of course unwilling and gave the man a glass of water on the spot. Huang Zhangaiu's words were a bit of a disaster, and it seems that the situation at that time was quite interesting. Well said. I'll meet this man and beat him up first. He's so shameless. Zhao Jixi was surprised. Hey, no, brother, you're not gossiping with me about this matter? Oh, no, this is the first half. The second half is the key part. Can you finish your words at once, without the ups and downs, brother? Zhao Jixi's face was full of black lines. I'm used to it. I've been having more meetings recently. I didn't have so many meetings before. I changed my tone when I got home. At this point, he continued the previous topic and said, I tell you, the second half is really amazing. Well, then don't keep me hanging. Tell me quickly. Zhao Jixi said anxiously. Then I'll talk about it briefly. You can analyze the specific situation yourself. I'll try not to bring personal emotions. Brother, you. Okay, I won't talk too much. It's really not a good thing to talk too much. After muttering, he said. Later, another man came over. He must have been lying in ambush there. Seeing that her ex-husband was angry, he ran out in a hurry. Speaking of which, he looks pretty good. Based on my many years of experience in criminal investigation, he is a gigolo. Well, this is an analysis without personal emotions. Gyro? No. Sister Yu's taste should not be that low, right? Zhao Jixi was obviously affected. Well, I checked it out. He is a top student with a doctorate degree. He looks decent and powerful. He just wants to find a rich woman to live with. The nature is the same anyway. Fuck, it seems that there is really something going on. Zhao Jixi said anxiously. Look, I thought so too. I wanted to go up and talk to them at that time, but your sister-in-law held me and refused to let me go. Later, I thought that I was not suitable to get involved in this matter. I don't know what you mean. Don't wait until I get into trouble. Okay, brother, you are thoughtful. I will ask about this matter when I go back. Please help me check the background of these two people recently to see what kind of people they are and dare to dig my corner. This matter is simple. Leave it to me. Do you want me to warn them? Huang Zhangaiu promised. No, you can't do this well. I will go back and take a look. It's okay. It's not me who will come forward. Remember the bald head who drank with us that time? This kid has some ability in this aspect. Let him go and talk to him when the time comes. Zhao Jixi immediately remembered the bald head who was relatively thin among their group of drinking and eating friends. It seems that the friend of He Jiang's friend is a person who makes money from illegal means. It is estimated that Huang Zhangaiu is one of his umbrellas. Fuck, are you getting your comeuppance for poaching people recently? Zhao Jixi muttered in a low voice. Jess, what are you talking about? Speak louder. Nothing, Baldy Kang. I'll contact him later. Find someone to help me keep an eye on him first, before Tang Hangaiu gets cheated of her money and 6. That would be a huge loss. You still say you don't care. Okay, tell the guys. I'll be back in a few days, and we'll get together then. Zhao Jixi chatted with Huang Zhangaiu for a few more sentences before the two hung up the phone. Chapter 513. Beat the Rabbit. After making a phone call, the two children started to have fun on their own. Niu was chopping small branches with an axe, and Chyan followed behind. She was still muttering, let's go back and ask grandma to use this to grill meat. I really want to eat the tender beef grilled by grandma. Well, let's chop more and go back. Chyan, look for mushrooms. Sister wants to eat grilled mushrooms. Dad said not to pick mushrooms with beautiful colors because they are poisonous and can't be eaten. Only the ugly ones are delicious. Niu turned around and said to Chyan, oh, it's a pity to eat the beautiful ones. Let's eat the ugly ones. Chyan looked very agreeable, but did she understand the concept of poison? Zhao Jixi shook his head helplessly. These two naughty kids. It seems that it is a sin for plants to be ugly. After thinking about it, he started to prepare to chop the tree, turned on the switch of the electric saw, and then started to saw the tree. The noisy sound scared the two children. Looking back, they saw that their father, who was on the phone just now, had already started working. The two children didn't care about the barbecue and mushrooms anymore. They just ran over there. Come on, Dad. Come on, Dad. Come on, Uncle. Come on, Uncle. The encouragement from the cheerleaders was still a bit of motivation. Zhou tilted the angle of the electric saw with his hands, making his cutting speed faster. In a few seconds, the tree was almost cut. The tree is going to fall. Are you ready? Okay. Zhou found a direction, took out the axe, and chopped it twice, and pushed it with his hands, and the tree fell down. There was a bang, but fortunately the two children blocked their ears with their hands, and were not frightened. Seeing the fallen tree, the children clapped their hands, and praised Zhou, and the children's father was a little embarrassed for praising him. Zhou tied the tree with a rope, and then pulled it up with force. The two children also tied a rope on it, and pulled it up in a serious manner. 1, 2, 1, 2. The children shouted the slogan spontaneously, and those who followed the rhythm also pulled up. Zhou had to match their rhythm, while pulling the tree. Fortunately, with the slogan, it was easier for him to cooperate. There was no need to worry about the children overexerting themselves as before. After all, they couldn't pull it at all. After a while, Zhou pulled the tree and the two children to the side of the car. Halfway through, the two children couldn't pull it anymore, so they sat down directly. Zhou held them, and sat on the tree, and pulled them up together. The two children were also very happy, because of this novel way of playing. Then the tree was trimmed a little bit below, so that it would be easier to put it in the car, and there would be no trouble when pulling it home. By the way, the useless branches that were pulled down, and the branches that had become bad were trimmed, trying to make a bright Christmas tree. The two naughty children continued to do what they thought was very useful, but in Zhou's view, it was just messing around. And they were very happy to do it, with an expression waiting for Zhou's praise, but Zhou didn't praise it, and pretended that I didn't see it, which made the two children a little depressed, and only he laughed in his heart. Dad, the tree is cut, let's go hunting. I want to eat rabbit meat, and Grandma's stewed rabbit is delicious. Yes, Cheyenne wants to eat it too. Cheyenne wants to eat it too. Well, the two little foodies can't control themselves when they see food. Didn't you say that rabbits are cute and we don't kill rabbits? Zhou asked his daughter with a strange look on his face. When he thought his daughter would say something like sacrifice one of them and make our whole family happy, Niu finally said something different. It's said on TV that there are too many rabbits and they will eat all the grass. Then our farm will have no grass to raise cattle. Then Dad will not make money and Niu will have no food to eat in the future. So, let's eat some rabbits so that there won't become too many. Niu said to Zhou with a serious face. Well, this reason seems to be very good. This American TV program is very educational. Very good. Zhou immediately had a good impression of the American people who made this program. He had planned to teach his children not to eat rabbits now, but it would be hard to deceive them when they grow up. Unexpectedly, his daughter figured it out by herself. As a descendant of a meat eater, how could she not eat rabbits just because rabbits are cute? That would be a failure. Well, what Niu said makes sense. Let's go hunt rabbits. We'll go home and cook rabbits tonight. We'll make soup first, then braise them. Roasted rabbits are also very delicious. We can consider this. It seems that one is not enough. Then let's hunt a few more rabbits. When the daughter heard Zhou's words, she kept swallowing. She wanted to eat every dish in her mind, but one seemed not enough. With her father's appetite, 2 rabbits would not be enough for Zhou alone. How could they have a share then? If Zhou knew that in the eyes of his children, he was a typical foodie and a person who was worried about his food being eaten, he would probably burst into tears. Brother, I was just helping to clear the table, wasn't it? Just that he was having fun and accidentally ate the children's food. Why did he remember it for so long? Yes, uncle, we have a lot of rabbits, so we can eat a lot of rabbit meat at night. I also want chicken. I want to eat soup. I think I want to drink soup and add pork tripe and a bowl of tripe. By the way, it seems to be called tripe wrap chicken. Uncle, I want this. Xianshan also shouted. As expected, she is from the south. Xianshan's love of soup is inherited from her family. Zhao Jix's family members all like to drink soup. However, Niu lives in the north and does not like soup like Zhao Jixi. But she is still young, and he thinks that she will like it if he cultivates her. Okay, we have the menu for the evening. Now, my princesses, let the night take you hunting. Let's go. In the woods, Zhao Jixi has seen a tree hole. Not far away, a fat rabbit is eating grass leisurely. However, judging from its posture, Zhao Jixi will not be confused by it and think that it is really eating grass leisurely. This little rabbit is not stupid, it is smart. Keep your voice down. Dad has found the target. Zhao Jixi put down the crossbow in his hand and just used the telescope above to see the scenery in the distance. The two children nodded seriously, and the movements of their hands became gentler. Oh, we know. It was not the first time for the two to come hunting with Zhao Jixi, but it was the first time that they did not bring pets today. Zhao Jixi saw that they nodded with satisfaction after listening to his instructions, and then put the crossbow on their parallel line. You also take a look. Remember, don't make a big move. I guess this rabbit will eat around here for a while. Yeah, I'll take a look too. I'll take a look too. Xianshan deliberately lowered her voice and said. Then sister, look first. Zhao Jixi was actually a little biased in his heart. He just subconsciously handed the crossbow to his daughter, but this is also human nature, not to mention that he really owes women something. Wow, this rabbit looks so fat. Xianshan exclaimed softly. Let me see too. Niu was very sensible and let her sister look for a while first. Well, sister, look. Xianshan also sensibly gave it to Niu. It seems that the old lady's education is really good. This child was not like this before. If he liked something, he would play it to his heart's content first, and he didn't care about other things. Wow, yes, although it looks cute, it's more economical to eat it. Niu also said contradictory. Zhao Jixi. After giving the two children enough eyeshadow, it was his turn to perform. First set up the crossbow in his hand, and then look through the scope. The rabbit did not move too much. Zhao Jixi first calculated the angle and deviation, and then carefully felt the wind speed and humidity. After he calculated it in his mind, he became confident. The rabbit in the scope was a sure capture in his eyes. Come to my bowl obediently. After saying this, he pressed the trigger in his hand. The arrow flew out instantly, a dark one, flying fast under the push of speed. The rabbit was still eating the delicious grass on the ground. The grass here has become more and more delicious recently. Now it can eat its fill every day and is too lazy to run farther. With sufficient food and lack of exercise, it has grown so fat. But this also gave Zhao Jixi a bargain. At the moment it lowered its head, the arrow shot by Zhao Jixi pierced the hare's chest and nailed it to the ground. Yes, good arrow. Zhao Jixi said in a low voice, but thinking that the rabbit had been hunted at this time, there was really no need to lower his voice. My arrow was a really good one. A really good arrow. But he kept saying it in a lower voice, which didn't seem to be a good word. Dad, did you hit the rabbit? Of course, don't you see whose dad I'm talking about? Zhao Jixi said proudly. Let's go see the rabbits. Xianshan happily ran in that direction and shouted. Xianshan, slow down, slow down. Zhao Jixi picked up his daughter and followed her. The weeds were overgrown and quite high. Zhao Jixi rushed over and immediately picked up his niece. For fear that some furry things would run into the children's clothes, the three of them walked for a while and arrived at the place where the rabbit was nailed. At this time, it was almost dead, and it was estimated that it would not survive. Zhao Jixi picked it up and held it in his hand. Chapter 514 Miscellaneous. At night, Zhao Jixi returned to the villa area with his two children, who had brought a lot of harvest. Xianshan and Niu grabbed a pheasant in each hand and took them down from the car. 1K and other dogs also saw the few people and ran over with their tails up. Woo woo. Woof. They circled around Zhao Jixi, barking unhappily. Zhao Jixi paused and touched the heads of the dogs. Okay, you are so old and still acting like a spoiled child. Next time I will take you with me. This is not an accident. I wanted to take you with me, but didn't I want to chop trees at the beginning? He didn't care whether the dogs understood or not. Anyway, he touched their heads to comfort these guys. They could always feel it. If chasing dogs and hunting is another kind of good enjoyment, it can fully satisfy people's desire for control and sense of accomplishment. But hunting by yourself also has some sense of accomplishment. Zhou is just enjoying it himself. The 3 dogs were sent to the house to guard the door. In the future, we will match you with an eagle and have a combination of land and air. That will be fun to play. What do you think? Woof, woof. Wan Xiao responded, although he didn't know what Zhou was talking about. The 2 little girls haven't even entered the house yet, and they are already showing off their prey to the old lady outside the door. Grandma, grandma, come out and see what we caught. Grandma, come out and see. Carrying a few pounds of objects is a bit heavy for children, and the 2 girls have a little strength after eating a lot. But now both hands are used, and it looks very strenuous to carry it in their hands. Hey, grandma, come out and see. After coming over from the car, the 2 children were a little tired, and they couldn't get the full of energy just now. The old lady saw the children's appearance from behind, quickened her steps and walked forward. You 2 kids, if you can't carry it, don't carry so much. Aren't the adults here? You still have to carry it in your hands. Aren't you tired? Grandma, we can carry it. It's not tiring at all. Xianshan, who was panting, said this and didn't seem to be convincing at all. Grandma, look, I shot this myself. Niu picked up a pheasant to show the old lady. The expression on her face was very strange, with a look of praise me. Niu shot it herself. Well, Dad helped me lock the target, and I pressed the launch switch. Oh. The old lady was silent for a while, looking at Niu who was proud. Well, Niu is very good. Grandma, there is also me. Well, Xianshan is also great. The old lady also kindly praised. Haha. The 2 children giggled. They are going to put this on Twitter to show off. Zhou walked over with a few rabbits and said, it's better not to do it. The laws here in the United States are quite troublesome. If you play privately, no one will say anything. But you are also a public figure. The American Children and Parent Teacher Association may cause trouble for you. The old lady said to Zhou. Zhou was surprised to hear this. What does hunting have to do with these people? Trouble? What trouble can they cause? My child will have trouble hunting? It's not hunting that has trouble. California is more strict about these things. You teach children to use large offensive weapons. They can cause trouble for you. You can ask your lawyer about this. He knows more about it. Zhou thought about it and couldn't help feeling unhappy. Oh my god, these guys are really nosy. Some things in the United States are different from those in China. Just treat it as a cultural conflict. Okay, I know. Zhou nodded, but he was still thinking about how to tell the 2 girls. Ding sounded. Got it. I'll get it on Penguin Space. I don't believe you can still control it. In the evening, Zhou, the old lady and the nanas cleaned up the hare and pheasant, removed the hair, and washed the internal organs. The Americans don't eat internal organs, but the nanas have seen that the host family likes to eat this, so they won't comment. And it tastes good. Soak the pheasant internal organs in flour and vinegar to wash the smell. Add celery and stir fry a plate of chicken offal. The taste is amazing. Zhou washed the food and thought about how to cook it later. He liked this dish when he was a child. Every time the family killed a chicken, in addition to eating the chicken, he would wait for his mother to wash the chicken offal and stir fry a plate of chicken offal. In particular, the small intestine and egg nest tasted the best, and if there were unlaid eggs in them, the taste would be even better. The fragrance is more delicious than the laid eggs. The hare was cooked by the old lady. To be honest, Zhou could only make rabbit into soup, and he couldn't control the heat for other braised dishes. If he took it to grill, he could use the spices in the space to make the rabbit to the level of an ordinary chef. Jess, add some salt and knead it. If you knead it for too long, the chicken offal will taste old. The old lady pointed at Zhou in the kitchen. She said to the nanny next to her, Mary, help me cut the rabbit into pieces. I'll take it to braise. Okay, Ms. Yang, leave it to me. The nanny Mary, who was a little fat and burly, took the fat hare. It seems that this rabbit eats well on the farm. It can still grow so fat in this season. Yes, although the winter in California is not cold, this rabbit is really good. Another nanny also said, in his later years, it was really not so fat. Since I heard from the cowboys that the minerals in the water are much better than those in the river after the underground water pipeline was laid and the grass on the farm has grown well. This rabbit is estimated to be unable to stop eating all year round this year. Mary also looked like she agreed. Zhou listened to the gossip of the two nannies next to him and smiled secretly in his heart. Groundwater is really a good choice. I was willing to spend money to be prepared, but I didn't expect there would be unexpected benefits. It seems that we have to use the side effects of the Earth's vitality to test how large the scope of groundwater is. Let's buy all the areas covered by this water, or at least buy all the land that has been connected to the owner. Not far behind is the National Park, and there is another reservoir next to it. As long as we get the hills to the west and some farms to the south, I don't think anyone can develop this groundwater. Almost all of it is covered on my private land, and it is connected to the National Park. That place is not a place that can be developed without the consent of Congress, the House of Commons, some environmental protection associations, and animal protection organizations. No one should think of buying private land. When the time comes, if we really have to set aside a part to sell, with our relationship, I don't think anyone can compete with me. Although Zhou didn't know how big the underground lake was, he made a plan to make sure everything was done. The underground lake was not too big. He thought of Yao Misheng and only made the worst plan. It was estimated that the underground lake was connected to the stream farm. I really need to test it in the next 1 or 2 days to see how big the underground lake is. There is no oil under our farm, but it is also a good thing to make a useful underground lake. Now many people in the farm have attributed the growth of plants and other reasons to the groundwater, which is a good thing for me. After buying other farms, I may be able to transport the groundwater there openly. In this way, some plants that grow well there will also be normal. Zhou thought about some future plans. Even if someone takes the groundwater from his farm for testing in the future, he will say that he knows nothing. No matter what you say, the groundwater in our farm is effective. There are many things in the world that cannot be explained by science, and this one thing is not bad. In short, just don't involve yourself. Jess has picked up the chicken giblets. What are you still daydreaming about? Old Lady Yang hadn't noticed Zhou at first, but this kid actually started to giggle, which looked really embarrassing. Zhou suddenly woke up. No, I suddenly thought of something. After explaining, he quickly picked up the chicken giblets. He had just turned the chicken intestines over with chopsticks, and the only little bit of dirty stuff left inside was also washed away. He added a few things to remove the smell, and also washed the mucus next to it. Now it can be put into the pan for frying after rinsing. Mary, is my celery ready? Zhou's hand quickly and accurately cut the intestines, and the bevels were cut neatly one by one. Ready, Mary said and brought the celery to him. Zhou put the cut chicken giblets into the bowl, took the celery, and started cutting it on the chopping board again. After completing the preparation process, the oil was put into the pan, and Zhou put the things in and started frying. Jess, I didn't expect you to be so good at flipping the wok now. The old lady saw him flipping the wok and praised him. Zhou saw that the fire was almost ready and added a spoonful of salt. Isn't this all because of your teaching? Otherwise I wouldn't have this skill. That's true. Cooking is a skill that needs to be practiced more. It's the same as kung fu. The food you make yourself tastes good, and it's also good for men to practice cooking to cultivate their life sentiments, which is pretty good. After the old lady's words, Zhou really felt that cooking was a bit particular. In my previous life, I just sat around and basically got by. I didn't expect that in this life, I would regard cooking as a way to cultivate my sentiments. I'm so awesome. Chapter 515, Investigation. The sunshine at 10 o'clock makes California feel particularly warm in December. The lush grass is thriving in the sun, and the dewdrops, that have not yet retreated, emit a faint rainbow color under the reflection of the sun. A horse's hoof stepped on a standing grass, and a few dewdrops slid down to moisten the land. A tall horse raised its head high, and there was a trace of white gas exhaled from its nose. The mane on its neck fluttered in the wind twice, looking very cool. But in the pair of eyes on the horse's face, you can actually feel a look called disdain. Blinking, you can really see an anthropomorphic expression and emotion. Naked contempt. On the endless grassland, two horses carried their respective cowboys, and the horses took advantage of the time when their owners were chatting. They ate the delicious grass leisurely, but at this time they did not eat the delicious grass. Instead, they looked at the horse with great interest, which exuded disdain for communicating with other horses. Jess, your Zhou looks really majestic, but his eyes look really unpleasant. Alan looked at his favorite horse sitting down and being looked down upon by Zhou and felt helpless in his heart. Of course, our Zhou is definitely the most majestic. But don't you think these eyes are very spiritual? Look at our Zhou. He is getting taller and taller, and he will definitely be a fighting horse among horses in the future. Zhao Jixi touched Zhou head, looking happy and proud. I think he needs to see a psychiatrist. He has been a little unsociable recently. Alan said. You are jealous. Our Zhou is so different. According to what we Chinese say, it is called pride. Self-admiration. You don't understand this kind of realm. Zhao Jixi touched Zhou mane and said, you are right. You hoo-hoo. Zhou happily cooperated with his master and called out. Alan shook his head helplessly. To be honest, I think Zhou is just a little unsociable now. It doesn't matter. It will become very gregarious in the estrus season. Although it is only with female horses. But it has its own ideas, which I think is good. Besides, have you ever seen a horse with its own ideas? No. So my Zhou is unique. Zhao Jixi explained a few words to Alan, showing that he was not the kind of person who was unreasonable and complacent, but he thought Zhou was a smart guy and he would handle it well. After hearing this, Alan looked at Zhou with a complicated expression. He wanted to reach out and touch Zhou, but he immediately retracted his hand halfway. He was almost bitten by this guy last time, so he didn't dare to touch Zhou casually. Good boss, you convinced me that Zhou is indeed special and a smart guy. Alan said. Okay, go and continue your work. You have to keep an eye on the orchard. Zhao Jixi said. Don't worry, boss, I will go there every day. Alan said goodbye to Zhao Jixi, pulled the reins and ran slowly. The horse suddenly started and swung its tail to Zhou, which scared Zhou suddenly. Seeing the horse passing by, it was very unhappy and planned to stretch out its mouth to bite the horse's butt. Fortunately, Alan's horse in front ran fast, and Zhao Jixi also pulled the reins, so it didn't succeed. Fuck, Zhou, you're a horse, not a dog, and you've learned to bite people. Zhao Jixi just saw something a bit ridiculous. His own Zhou has a lot of expressions. When he's unhappy, he can still glance at the horse with lethality, and then he plans to retaliate by biting the horse just now. Who? You. Zhou shouted with grievance while stomping his feet on the ground. Well, this horse has become a spirit and still feels that he has wronged you. Really, I didn't scold you. Still aggrieved who you. Zhao Jixi thought about it. Oh, it seems that I really scolded you. Damn, can you understand this? Zhao Jixi, who looked ridiculous, immediately thought of something and softened his voice. The tone was similar to the way he usually praised it. Zhou, you fucking? This time, as expected, the horse was not aggrieved. Just like Zhao Jixi usually praised him, he wanted to ask him for food. He reached out and took out a carrot from the space and put it in front of Zhou. This time, it was finally happy and licked Zhao Jixi's palm with its tongue. You are so clever. He patted Zhou neck and said, let's go. There are really a lot of things to do today. Let's see how big this underground lake is. I will release the vitality of the earth every once in a while, so that I can feel the situation underground and know whether there is groundwater at once. Although it can be explored by a geological expert, Zhao Jixi still doesn't want to make it public. In addition, he doesn't need this little spiritual energy recently. It's not all-round coverage. Just release it every once in a while to feel the situation underground. There are still some here, but the width has become narrower. Let's go to the front and see. It's the direction of the stream farm. After Zhao Jixi rode Saiyan for a distance, he got off and put his hand on the ground to release his farmer skills and feel the situation underground. In the past, Zhou had never thought that this thing could be used in this way. Later, he tried it casually, imagining that he might be able to develop something different. Who knew that there was really nothing else? But when he released it, he could feel the situation underground. He could also feel the roots of trees and rocks. After all, the release of spiritual energy is to penetrate into the ground and replenish the fertility of the land. This was originally a matter of a few meters or tens of meters on the surface, but later he found that he could also get this byproduct by taking advantage of the situation of penetration. The deeper you go, the more spiritual energy you consume. It's really not cost effective. If I come here a few more times, I will lose a lot of money. Zhou felt the spiritual energy in the space and found that in just a short time, it had consumed 3 or 4 times the amount of the usual land. The deeper it goes, the greater the consumption. He sighed and retracted his hand. The stream farm is already his. When Zhou walked over, the cowboys also recognized him. They dared not offend the new boss. It's not easy to find a good job now. Other farms around the area are also going bankrupt due to the economic crisis and drought. There are even more unemployed cowboys outside. When they are kicked out by their bosses, they don't think they will be able to get a job right away. They are not college graduates. Many cowboys in the United States now actually graduated from high school. How can they find a good job? If they are unlucky, they will have to collect relief for a period of time in the future. Now you can't get another cowboy job just by going out, and with the cheap wages of Mexicans and South Americans, local residents in the United States are not the best choice. But according to Zhou, it is actually the local white people who are more hypocritical and picky. Boss, hello. Mr. Zhou. Everyone has their own way of calling him. Anyway, those who greeted Zhou were all very polite, and there was really no annoying thorn. Zhou couldn't help but feel a little regretful. It turned out that economic pressure would make people become honest or evil, and these two extremes were really because of money. After dealing with a few cowboys driving cattle, Zhou squatted down again. He released the vitality of the earth again tentatively. His mind penetrated the spiritual energy of the land and felt the movement around him. The fault in the underground layer appeared in front of him again. It's getting narrower and narrower. It seems to be merging into the Ruby River in front and flowing into the lake. In order to verify his guess, Zhou continued to ride Zufeng forward and ran to the river in a short while. He released the vitality of the earth again, and the situation of the surrounding underground slowly reflected in his mind. It seems that I don't have to worry about this side now. This river is in the stream farm. I didn't expect that this underground river would flow to this side through the narrow gap. But it looks a bit like a diversion. He sighed. It seems that I have to continue to investigate. I'm really having a hard life. Zhou tried a few more times according to the surrounding situation, and he felt that this direction was safe. Then he returned to the farm and continued to explore the west. It has been confirmed that there is an underground lake in the farm, but there is no need to develop it. Zhou just wants water. Even this water is just a cover. As for other byproducts such as tourism, he has no idea at all. With the reasons he gained, and the protection measures that need to emerge from this reason, if it is really developed into tourism, isn't it too unrealistic? You don't keep such an important thing well. Zhou also has to work hard with his family to promote environmental protection in the surrounding area so that his groundwater will not be harmed by pollution. This time, he may have to do more surface work in the future. No matter what others think, he will always look like this water is very powerful in front of outsiders. I believe that people will never suspect that such a supernatural thing is a thing. In this Western world that prefers to use science to explain everything, Zhou believes that people will not associate it with such a mysterious thing. He has a space to subvert cognition. Zhou also slowly checked the western place. This underground lake is not far from Lake Maklu on the Mixi River. The source may be formed in Yosemite Canyon. There is a fault here at Zhou farm to gather into a lake. Chapter 516 Thoughts. It connects the Mixi River and the Xingjinhe River. The Ruby River in the stream farm in the south is actually a small river that is a branch of the Mixi River. The Xingjinhe River It is a little bigger than the stream, and its depth is much deeper. Zhou also carefully explored the location in the west. This place is close to the legendary bad luck land in the farm. That is where Zhou planted the long-haired grass. After fine-tuning it in the space, he took it outside to plant it. He used the vitality and spiritual energy of the earth to give birth to them, allowing them to grow, reproduce, and finally die quickly, so that their offspring can better adapt to the land outside. After running for a while, Zhou came directly to the location of the small lake. The long-haired grass that was planted by the lake before is now distributed around it. It seems that it has gone through a new cycle. In a few months, they have survived in nature and have become a little different from in the space. The pigment on the body has become darker than when it was in the space. Zhou combined his 1-semester study in Stanford with his own knowledge and came up with a simple conclusion. It is estimated that photosynthesis was carried out outside, so the color of the body was fine-tuned and improved in their offspring, making them more adaptable to life outside. The root system of the plant is also very developed, allowing them to absorb more nutrients. The land in this location is fertile, which is slightly inferior to that in the space. If the quality isn't sufficient, it can only win by quantity. Developing more roots can absorb enough nutrients for growth. It looks really good now. Zhou didn't investigate carefully at the beginning. Now he tried again and found that this small lake was actually formed by the overflow of groundwater. There is a small spring underground that supplies water to the lake. There is a large area of long-haired grass around. Zhou thinks the time is about right. After a while, he will use this mutant plant to write a graduate thesis and make the long-haired grass famous. Men and women in the world spend a lot of money on their hair. If he missed a little, it would be enough for Zhou to eat for several lifetimes. But the money to buy a team would be enough for him to eat for dozens of lifetimes. Not everyone can afford a team worth more than $1 billion. At least Zhou does not have the capital to buy baseball and football teams now. That is, NBA and Major League Soccer teams still have the ability. Even if he does not develop other functions of long-hair grass, as the owner of the raw materials, he believes that he can also bite off a big piece of the pie by cooperating with the world's top daily necessities companies. At that time, he will make a profit by selling raw materials, and he can make another profit by getting sales share in the cooperation. As long as others can't grow the raw materials, he will not worry about anything happening. At that time, only he will break the contract with others, and no one will break the contract to cheat him. The seller has the final say on the raw materials, and he is not going to cooperate with just one company. He will first choose 1 or 2 companies to cooperate with so as to gain more benefits for himself. As for developing products for sale by himself, first, it is really too troublesome, and second, there is no technical reserve for research. For example, shampoo, although simple, has no brand appeal. If it is expensive, no one will buy it, and if it is sold cheap, he will not be willing to buy it. If they cooperated with the raw materials in hand, he didn't believe that these people could make any waves. He would rather do a more stable business than an unfamiliar and risky business. As for whether others can grow hairy grass, that's simply a joke. Zhou has 3 generations of genes locked down. Without the water of vitality and the nourishment of the earth's vitality, it is impossible for them to grow into hairy grass with element that promote hair growth. If the seeds of the first and second generations really germinate, they may be able to grow that element, but it will be reduced. By the 3rd generation, there will be basically no hairy element, and the element of the real world will allow them to quickly degenerate into the original Isotis root, also known as Osman grass plants. Those who stole the original seeds, after finally germinating, may be able to succeed after 1 or 2 cultivations. However, when they began to feel at ease for the 3rd time, or when they vigorously developed the planting, they actually got a kind of hairy grass with only the original Osman grass element. Zhou, who is black-bellied, will definitely be very happy to trick these people. The number of seeds produced by each plant of long-hair grass is not exaggerated. It is basically 1 to 300 or 400, which is very high. As for the germination rate of seeds, if there is no water of vitality, it is considered good. If 1 or 2 of the 100 seeds can be accidentally produced, When it comes to the second generation, due to a little degradation, the germination rate of seeds will be much higher. The germination rate of the third generation is even higher. Zhou believes that the people who are cheated will definitely be in ecstasy. To plant longhaired grass on land without the vitality of the earth, the initial cost, and the nutritional value of the land must be maintained to a certain level, otherwise it will die halfway through the planting. When Zhou was in the space, he asked the goblins to set up traps step by step, so there will definitely be people with bad intentions who will suffer in the future. I don't know who will be cheated in the future. I'm excited just thinking about it. Zhou was alone by the lake and laughed strangely. It would be best if the little devils suffer. When I read novels before, this kind of thing was basically done by the little devils. I don't know if I will encounter this in the future. If I don't meet them, should I sell the seeds on the black market and cheat the Japanese? That would be a good deal. Zhou was thinking about it and forgot about the exploration. He took Zhu Feng to eat grass nearby and lay down on the grass. He looked up at the sky and held a grass stem in his mouth. It felt like he was back to his childhood. The blue sky, white clouds, green grass and red flowers intertwined in his eyes. Several birds with longer feathers than ordinary birds were looking for food in the grass. Some of them would peck at the long-haired grass from time to time. This might be why these birds have long hair. The effect has already appeared. I believe that people who come here to see it will be surprised soon. The long-haired grass in my house can also open the publicity process in another way. Zhou thought secretly while lying on the grass. In fact, this matter has attracted the attention of others a long time ago. A professor in California was full of doubts and interest in this phenomenon because he caught a bat with longer feathers than other birds. At first, he thought he had discovered a new species of bird, but after comparing it with several special species, he found that it was just an ordinary bird. It was just that the hair became longer and looked much bigger, but why the hair became longer was something worth studying. It was also this discovery that made him use his spare time to study this bird, and with intentional capture, he caught a second bird that was the same as this one. This time, he was not just interested in it. What exactly caused the bird to mutate? This question has always been in his mind, and he secretly made up his mind to study this question thoroughly. As for Zhou, he was still looking at the sky leisurely, enjoying the wonder and leisure of nature at this moment. He didn't know that there had been a professor who had been thinking about him for more than 2 months. If he didn't know Zhou, he might have been relying on him to do research. After resting for a while, he continued to work and explored this piece of land. Then he took it step by step until he was done. He looked at the boundary in front of him and had already left the scope of the farm. Fortunately, it is not much and it can be bought for a few million. To be honest, the land here is not very good. If there is no cheat, it can only be used to grow grass or trees. If it is developed into a good plantation, in addition to releasing the vitality of the water and the vitality of the earth, to enrich the nutrients of the underground soil, then lay a full set of irrigation systems, so that it can be guaranteed to become a fertile land. The 3 days are always busy. Zhou just hunts when he is bored. The rest of the time is to explore the underground river below him, how big it is. After a few days, it was finally figured out that the source is indeed in Yosemite Grand Canyon in Yosemite National Park. However, Zhou does not know much about this underground river, formed by several factors. Anyway, the general direction is in this national park. This underground river forms several large and small underground lakes in the underground space fault. Zhou has already known these, because there are 2 in his farm, one large and one small. The big one was exactly where Atwood was going to build the pumping station, and the small one was a few hundred meters below the small lake in the unlucky place. After figuring it out, he felt relieved. As long as he spent a few million to buy the land on the west side, he would no longer be controlled by others on the surface. Yosemite National Park is not a place that can be developed privately. Now that things have finally been settled, Zhou told Atwood to go to the county and buy the land next to the farm. He thought it would be easier to negotiate this matter. The location was really not good, and it was useless for the county government to keep it. The public could not go there for tourism and gatherings. If the county sold it, it would not only be free of pressure, but also earn a lot of money for the county. It was really a cost-effective thing. Although Atwood was very puzzled by Zhou. Why did he buy that piece of land? He just annexed the stream farm next to it, and now he wants to buy land again. Could it be that the boss wants to become the largest private farmer in California, so he is expanding the farm area? Chapter 517. This seems to be the treatment of the protagonist. The land that Zhou wanted to buy was being negotiated very quickly. After Atwood had informed the county government they would try to reach an agreement around January of 2010, Zhou saw that the draft had been reached and the subsequent negotiations and handling would be completed by Harvey and Atwood, so he had nothing to do. After all, both parties would benefit from this matter. If it really didn't work, he could only communicate with the district councilors. Speaking of which, the district councilors in this area were still Democrats, so this matter was not a big deal. While he was dealing with things in the United States, someone in China was anxious. His friend's woman was seduced by someone, which made Zhou's brothers in China look very unhappy. At the beginning, I asked the brothers to take care of Sister Yu, but I didn't expect that this care would fall into the arms of someone else. Huang Zhanggai who happened to talk about this matter when the brothers were gathering. You say, is this the emperor not anxious, but the eunuch is anxious? Jess said he would come back in a day or two, but he hasn't come back in a few days. What kind of thing is this? He ate a peanut and threw the shell on the table. The day before yesterday, Bald Kayang told me that he had checked the background of that man. He is not a good guy. The company cheated a woman together. Now he wants to come back to find Tang Hangyu to get back together, hoping to borrow money to tide over the difficulties. As for the professor man, he is a professional rich woman. He has contacted several rich women. Now that she looks good, he probably wants to focus on Tang Hangyu. Zhou friend Cheng Fei said. Jess called me the night before yesterday. Recently, he has been discussing an acquisition case with the county government. Now it will be delayed for a few days. He Jiang exhaled smoke and said, I really didn't know that this kid was a rich man before. I didn't expect him to be so rich. I really can't tell. Huang Zhanggai sighed. Everyone should think of a way for Sister Yu. We are all brothers. We can't let those two get away with it. Well, yes. You can't judge a person by his appearance. This kid has been trying to persuade me to go to the United States to play. My father was not in good health some time ago, and I didn't go. I plan to go to play after a while. He Jiang recalled Zhou when they just met. Life is really full of surprises. Cheng Fei, you have connections in this area, so cooperate with Leo Huang to deal with these two people. Is that so? Cheng Fei touched his chin. It's better to ask Bald Kayang to find someone to do this. 10,000 or 20,000 yuan will be enough. Let them stay in there for a few days to buy some time for Jess. How about that? Well, this is a good idea. Let Bald Kayang do it and don't get involved. When the time comes, give me a call and I'll ask someone to cooperate. Huang Zhanggai also nodded. Cheng Fei has a good sense of proportion, so there is no need to worry about any accidents. While they were talking, Cheng Fei called Bald Kayang, who was taking a bath in the bathhouse, and took the phone from his younger brother. Brother Cheng, what's the matter? Cheng Fei didn't say much, just told those two people not to be seen hanging around outside these days. At the end, he said, be sure to keep a good sense of proportion, and don't make any mistakes. Don't worry, Brother Cheng, we are professionals in this matter, and we guarantee that you won't see these two white faces these days. Cheng Fei said a few more words, and Bald Kayang said confidently, okay, don't worry, I'll do the job for you. He stopped bathing and walked out of the bath with the phone. Call Heezy and Biozy over. The waiter next to him quickly handed over a towel, and the younger brother went out to call someone. In the somewhat dim restroom, a woman of average appearance was doing a ghost weather massage. There was a knock at the door, and he signaled that the person could come in. It was the two people he had just asked someone to find. You go out first. He looked up and called the waitress out. Brother, what do you want us to do? Who do you want to do this time? You give the order, and we guarantee to complete the task. Biozy, as his name suggests, had a face full of arrogance. The sides and back of his head were shaved, leaving only a large piece in the middle, and a small braid hanging behind. Sit down first. Guang Tao Kaiang took out a cigarette, and threw two over. Hey, thank you, brother Kaiang. Biozi took the cigarette and sniffed it, then immediately took out a lighter, and lit it for Guang Tao Kaiang first. He lit it for himself, and threw the lighter to Heezy to light it as well. Bald Kaiang was silent for a moment. Is everything going well at home recently? Heezy is a bit dark, and his face looks a bit like the brother-in-law of the thieves in Crazy Racers, with an unkind look. Good, very good. The kids are all in school now, and my wife is satisfied now, so we can have face when we go home. Biozi is a bit of a scumbag, but he is very convinced by Bald Kaiang, and now he looks grateful. Yes, it's all because of you, brother Kaiang, who takes care of us and gives us a meal. We brothers have always remembered it. Bald Kaiang nodded. Follow me. We don't ask for wealth and honor. We all live in peace and well off, live to be 70 or 80 years old, and have children and grandchildren. This is my explanation to everyone. Yes, 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 brother Kaiang said, that you are the most reliable person here, and we brothers feel at ease following you. Heezy nodded and said. Bald Kaiang waved his hand to stop, and then waved. Time will tell. I don't like to talk nonsense. After taking a puff of cigarette, Bald Kaiang said, this time I have something for you to do. You should recognize these two people first. He took out two secretly taken photos and said, you should know these two people. Biozi took the photo. One of them was a man wearing a down jacket and a pair of glasses. His hair was a little messy. He was probably in his 30s or nearly 40. In fact, according to the information, he was only 34 years old. He looked older recently. The other person also wore a pair of glasses, rimless glasses on the west side, and a pair of phoenix eyes made him look a little shrewd and cunning. He was wearing a woolen coat in the middle of winter. He felt pretty good about himself. He was a person who could pretend to be handsome. Aren't these the two people we are staring at? An old white-faced man and a little white-faced man? Biozi recognized them at a glance. He took the photo and felt very professional. Heezy also leaned over to take a look. It was indeed the two people who were following him these days. Brother Kaiang's two grandsons. What do you mean? Heezy asked calmly, very professional and taciturn, and did not express opinions casually, as if they were going to do whatever the boss said. You go play cards with them. Don't use knives or guns. We are a harmonious society. Then you can go in together to receive a few days of education. It can be regarded as self-cultivation. Guang Tao Kaiang said to them, and then took out a few stacks of red bills and a note. Here are 80,000 yuan for you to take first. This is the address. Do you know what to do? Heezy nodded. Understood. I'll talk to a few brothers and do it this afternoon. Yeah. Guang Tao Kaiang nodded with satisfaction. Go take a bath first, and then eat something good. Even if you buy food in there, it is vacuum food, and we don't know if it has expired. I'll ask someone to charge your card when the time comes. Don't get hungry. Hey, the two nodded. Then the two knew they had to go out. Then brother Kaiang, we will withdraw first. Go. We need harmony, do you understand? He finally explained. Understand. The two got up and walked out of the box, changed clothes and went outside to take a bath. Bald Kaiang picked up the phone. Brother Cheng, I will be at XXX in the evening. I will send you the specific time later. The other end said a few more words. Oh, I see, I see. Don't worry. After hanging up the phone, Bald Kaiang lay down. Why did these two people provoke that woman? This time they have kicked the iron plate. It is estimated that the owner wants to deal with it personally, but has no time. Let's find a place for the two to calm down first. Bald Kaiang is worthy of being a professional. He has not even graduated from high school, but he can guess part of the content by blindly guessing. It has to be said that he has really learned knowledge in this social university. He is very good at loving what he does. Hurry up and wash. I'll do it later. Heezy wiped his back and watched Biozi taking a bath inside and couldn't help but urge him. Hey, it will be ready soon. Isn't it that you have to take a cold shower for a few days? Now you can take a bath more. Biozi answered and walked out. After the two came out of the bathhouse, they called for brothers and split up into two groups. The rental house where Tang Hangai's ex-husband lived was in a residential area in the city. Most of the people living here were migrant workers and people doing small business. In the afternoon, there were really no people in the building of this residential area. They were either at work or doing business. There were even fewer elderly people and children. Few outsiders brought the elderly here, and children could not be left at home, like they were in their hometowns. In the city, they could be taken away by someone, if they were not careful, not to mention this somewhat mixed place. They were all placed in the kindergarten, and they went to pick them up at about 5 or 6 o'clock, just when everyone's business was empty, or they were busy. Although he was bankrupt, and had no money, Tang Hangai's ex-husband, who was a bit proud, was called an old white-faced man by Guan Taoqiang and others. Interestingly, he would rent a car when he went to do business, as he felt that this would not be looked down upon by others. He was wearing clothes that looked like a migrant worker, and his face was smeared with dirt to hide his fierceness. He was carrying a green jifang bag on his back. He was carrying a shoulder pole with a scale on it, like a farmer who had just sold his goods and was going home. He happened to walk next to the old white-faced man, and his body suddenly tilted, as if he didn't know what happened, and the shoulder pole in his hand hit the car, and the scale on the shoulder pole also hit the car. The old white-faced man was worried about the car at this time, not knowing who had made a hole in it. Sitting in the car, he thought about the little money in his pocket, and he might have to spend it again. He got some money from his ex-wife, but that little money was not enough for him to spend, and it was not enough for him to make a comeback. Chapter 518, Frame Up. Damn it, this bitch doesn't even think about who taught her how to do business. If it weren't for me, she would have been able to build a company. If I hadn't given her half of my property, she would still be a country girl. Smelly bitch, my father is down and out now, and I'm just giving this little money to send away beggars. Humph, this matter is not over yet. The old white-faced man was cheering himself up in the car. At this time, he made a deliberate move, causing the shoulder pole to hit the car, and the scale to hit the car. The old white-faced man was shocked, and then he was furious. Fuck, my car. Fuck, don't you have eyes? The old white-faced man got out of the car angrily and cursed. It happened that a stack of red bills in his green envelope was exposed to the old white-faced man. He rolled his eyes and thought he was a poor ghost, but he didn't expect that he had some money. Now the pit that was just hit by others can be blamed on this person, and we can save a lot of money. Maybe I can make a fortune. I'm sorry. He apologized honestly. I'm sorry. If you use it again, what do we need the police for? The old white-faced man probably watched the popular TV series Meteor before, and this line came out of his mouth. Look at what these two things have done. The whole image of my car has been ruined by you. The old white-faced man said in front of it with an excited look. I didn't mean to do it. I really didn't mean to do it. He seemed a little at a loss, with a look of worry and fear on his face. Several people in the distance were watching his performance and secretly praised him. Brother Henry's acting is really amazing. So amazing. Brother Henry said that you should love what you do, and you should always enrich yourself. Look at Brother Henry, he has taken acting training courses and played supporting roles in TV dramas to hone his acting skills. Really? Awesome. He is worthy of being our big brother. This is the temperament of a big brother. At this time, seeing that he looked honest, the old white-faced man on his side became more and more arrogant. He always kept in mind the saying that a good horse is ridden by others, and a good person is bullied by others. Now he used this more reasonably, and scolded Heezy for a while. Then he called the police, and did something else, just bullying Heezy as a country boy. And Heezy also cooperated and became scared. In the end, because of the threat and cowardice of the old white-faced man, he paid him more than 5,000 yuan, and he asked for a receipt from the old white-faced man. The old white-faced man was afraid of something going wrong, so he didn't care, even if Heezy wrote it, as if Heezy owed him money and the money was returned to him. After all, these were all small matters, and the money for the accompanying car probably wouldn't cost that much, so writing it like this would avoid leaving any tails. He was not a stupid person. He let the man go after taking the money, and looking at Heezy who looked regretful and uncertain. He didn't mean to sympathize with him. who told him to be so unlucky to meet him by chance, but luckily, he didn't have much money now. If he had money, he could still make a lot of money out of the honest man's bag. It's not like before. It's not like before. I used to eat meat, but now I can only eat a little rice soup. He couldn't help but sigh when he returned home. He returned to where his two younger brothers were in a blink of an eye. Brother Harry, your acting skills are amazing. I admire you. I admire you so much. Okay, stop flattering him. The police have already been obtained. Now go to his house and treat him well. Damn it, he has been scolding me for so long. Let's scare him now and give him a good lesson when we have the chance in the future. He spit out a mouthful of saliva and said with a gloomy face, "This is so necessary. I just saw him scolding you like this. Brother Harry, I was so angry." The younger brother also said angrily, "Let's go. Let's go. Let's go to their house and play. You go buy some food. I'll make a phone call." He waved his hand and asked his two younger brothers to leave first. Then he took out a broken mobile phone and dialed a number. "Brother Kang, I'm outside the door now. You can come over in a while. Don't worry, the evidence is in hand." This old guy really thinks he has taken advantage. Yes, I know, I understand. After saying that, he broke the mobile phone apart, took out the phone card inside, folded it, and then threw it into the sewer. The mobile phone also threw the battery into the sewer, and the mobile phone was thrown into another place at random. It was thrown away as well. Bald Kang on the other end of the phone did the same thing. He didn't ask his younger brothers to do it. He directly burned the phone card and smashed the mobile phone into parts with an ashtray and threw it into the brazier. This action is not only safe, but also looks very professional. The level has been improved by more than 1 or 2 levels. Bald Kang said proudly, touching his forehead. In the rental house of the old white-faced man, he was looking very proud at this time. I turned on the TV and started watching it. I was thinking whether I should go somewhere to have fun in the evening and get my car back before paying it back. But since I made some money today, I'm not in a hurry. I have food at home, so I'm not worried. Knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. "Who is it?" the old white-faced man shouted unhappily. He didn't have any acquaintances here who would come to see him, so now it was either the landlord or someone who wanted to see him for something. In short, it was not a good thing. Checking the water meter. His younger brother said at the door. I thought it was not a good thing, and it really was. The old white-faced man shook his head unhappily. Here I am. Wait a minute. Really, it's a good thing I'm at home in the afternoon, otherwise you wouldn't know anything. Don't copy and put them all outside. Only yours hasn't been copied. It's been a few days. You still need someone to call you. The younger brother at the door answered immediately. At this time, the old white-faced man, who didn't have any doubts, would not doubt the truth of his words. In normal times, people really don't observe who has the water meter code on their door. Even if they observe, they don't remember it, but they might think that someone has copied it and torn it off, and they just didn't see it. In peacetime, people are not alert enough, and their subconscious mind won't give any special crisis prompts. Anyway, he definitely didn't encounter it. The old white-faced man felt that he was in the wrong, so he quickened his pace and walked forward, opened the door, and squeezed into his sight. A slightly fat man wearing a hat. He was holding a notebook and a pen in his hand, and carrying a bag on his body, which was to prevent someone from looking outside through the cat's eye, as a kind of defense. I'm sorry, I just moved in not long ago. I've been busy these 2 days, so I didn't go to read the water meter. I'm really sorry. The old white-faced man was more humble. This was not the time to argue with others. He still had the characteristics of a businessman. Forget it, we eat the country's food and serve the people. The younger brother stretched out his hand to hold a door and walked in. When the old white-faced man wanted to close the door just now, he didn't push it. One reason was that the younger brother who entered the room was holding the door, and the people outside who had not yet entered also stretched out their hands to resist. This was also the reason why the old white-faced man couldn't push the door. "You." The old white-faced man looked at him a little surprised. "Oh, I have a colleague outside who hasn't come in yet." Another younger brother also came in. eating the hot pancakes he just bought, which were still emitting white smoke. Hello. The younger brother smiled a little strangely. Then another person came in from outside. At this time, he had changed his clothes. This person didn't look like the honest migrant worker just now. After the three people came in, the old white-faced man found something wrong and began to panic. Well, there are really a lot of government employees. Are you all reading water meters? The water meter is in the bathroom on the right. I will take you to read it. The old white-faced man was hesitant, but still wanted to fool around. There's no rush for this. The younger brother in front said with a smile, and then he closed the door, which made the old white-faced man even more panicked. Let's chat for a while, maybe we can make friends. The old white-faced man realized that something was really wrong. Everyone, brothers, if you have anything to say, let's talk it out. Let's talk it out. Okay, let's talk it out. There's a sentence said by Lei Leo who in my favorite movie, Fang Xiaoyu, I like to win people over with virtue the most. He took off his hat and looked at the old white-faced man and said with a smile, but the atmosphere on his face looked better than not giving it. So I also need to win people over with virtue frequently. Look, I didn't get angry after being scolded for so long. Brother's self-restraint is good. You are not the migrant worker just now. The old white-faced man was completely panicked. There was a conspiracy, which was already a naked thing. He grinned. You guessed it right, but unfortunately there is no prize, but I can treat you to a piece of sesame cake. He said and motioned his younger brother to send it over. The old white-faced man was hesitating whether to accept it or not, and the younger brother said, why? You don't want to give me face? Give it to me. The old white-faced man immediately softened when he saw the younger brother's look. A good man would not suffer a loss in front of him, so he quickly took it first and talked about it later. That's right, we are all friends, and I won't cheat you. He smiled and patted the old white-faced man on the shoulder. Your house is nice, the light is bright, and you don't need to turn on the lights to play cards. Well, it's very good. Yes, big brother, this place is not bad. The younger brother also took a look and quickly agreed. Brothers, you are. The old white-faced man is a little scared now. Seeing the posture of several people, he is now thinking about how to get away. If he really fights with them, with his small body fighting against those who are obviously professionals, he will probably die without knowing how he died. It's okay, I just want to play with you. Play. He smiled and said enthusiastically, patting his shoulder. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 519, Lessons. The old white-faced man was also a man of insight. He knew that he couldn't win the fight, and he didn't know what they would do to him. It was better to be honest for a while. He forced a smile and said, brothers, what do you want to play? Fuck you, I despise your hypocrisy the most. The younger brother stretched out his hand to hit him. The old white-faced man quickly shrank his head, but didn't dare to refute. He would not do something that would get him a beating for a while, just to show off his verbal skills. Old third. He shouted. Humph, you are so lucky. The younger brother took his hand back in dissatisfaction. The old white-faced man smiled, as if he had survived a disaster. But he didn't notice that another person behind him put a bag on his shoes to prevent footprints. He raised his foot and kicked the old white-faced man. Fuck, you're still laughing. You really thought I wouldn't beat you? You look like you deserve it. Ah. The old white-faced man was kicked and stumbled a few steps, then lost his balance and fell down. After falling down, he saw another person, who was still holding a chair at home to weigh it. He didn't dare to say anything more. He reached out and touched his butt. It was really painful there. He walked over, squatted down and looked into his eyes and said, I'm sorry for not disciplining you strictly. My two brothers are quite depressed. Big brother has been scolded for so long. You have to understand them. Yes, I understand. Don't be angry, I'll return the money to you. Return it to you. As he said that, he reached into his pocket and took out the money he had just received. I didn't recognize the great man. Big brother, I was really wrong. I have a little more. I'll treat you brothers to tea. It's my apology. He also stuffed the money he had extorted from Sister Yu into his pocket. No, I'm not that kind of person. Since I've given you the money, it's yours. As a man, you should keep your word. He looked at him calmly and said, no, I shouldn't have accepted this money. I really shouldn't have accepted it. The old white-faced man was still unwilling and insisted on handing the money back. He stood up, stand up and talk. After saying this, he took out a plastic bag from his pocket. The old white-faced man looked at the expressions on the faces of the two younger brothers and stood up quickly. He put a plastic bag on his feet in a short while. The old white-faced man stood up and he kicked him with a flying kick. Immediately, the old white-faced man fell down with a "Ah, you are so shameless." I said no, but you still insisted on giving it to me. Who do you think I am? Will I still be a black brother in the future? He looked at him with a face full of anger, and the old white-faced man didn't dare to look at him at this time. Zhou, go buy some marinated food outside, but don't buy any wine. We still have work to do later, so everyone should be sober. We are professionals, so we must be neat and tidy later. Don't forget what I taught you in the last training. Where you can hit, and where you can't hit. Take it easy, okay? Got it, brother Bio. We saved it. Zhou stood up and said, and Biozi waved his hand to let him go. Then he said to the younger brother next to him, damn it, I guess I'll have to eat vegetarian food for a few days. After I go in, remember to talk to Leoli and ask him to get some fresh roast chicken and roast duck for me, and a few packs of cigarettes. Life without cigarettes is not easy. Oh, got it, brother Bio. The younger brother also said quickly, inside Hangayu Trading Company the doctor outside is here again. How can he be so shameless? How old is he to dare to pursue Mr. Tang? He doesn't want to go after a lot of young women, but he has to seduce Mr. Tang. Don't you think he is just being a gigolo? The staff in Tang Hangayu's company said secretly. You are right. He is here to be a gigolo. I saw him last time. He was with a rich woman who looked like a pig. Now he is here to seduce Mr. Tang. I guess he wants to have both money and money, because he sees that Mr. Tang is rich and good looking. Gayo he didn't care about the thoughts of the staff around him. He had his own pursuits. Now these words, even if they were said in front of him, couldn't scare him away. This Tang Han guy who is really a person who has people and money. If he can get along with her, he doesn't know how many years of hard work he has saved. Besides, age is not a problem. Even if she is old in the future, it is not easy for us to find two young girls with money. At that time, there was no problem thinking forward and backward. One person sucking the rabbit on top and another helping to clean the gun below. This is a good life. He dressed himself up and said to the secretary outside Tang Hangai's store, please tell Mr. Tang that I'm here. The secretary glanced at him with contempt in her eyes, but it didn't affect Gayohi's smile, as if she didn't see it. Wait, I'll go and tell him. She was wearing a professional black suit and thick cotton tights under her skirt. The flesh color was faintly visible in the black. Of course, the pants were designed like this. She was not the one who wanted to be beautiful in this cold weather, but this way of wearing made men a little excited, especially the skin-tight clothes. That made men see her proud hips and tight thighs. This little goblin is really attractive when she grows up, but it's a pity that she is not what I need. What's the use of a woman who is beautiful, but has no money? It's really not worth it to find a woman who has no money, but is pleasing to the eye, just to vent for a few minutes. But when I have money, I will try this woman's taste, thinking that he licked his tongue when he saw that no one was paying attention. Tang Hangai was surfing the internet in the office. There was nothing for her to do at the moment. After the last miscarriage, she took a break for a while. The company also had two managers who were doing well. She had big customers in her hands. They had been working with her for many years. The managers could not make a big move. On her computer, Zhao Jix's penguin space was open. It was indeed a bit troublesome to go on Facebook in China. Fortunately, Zhou also liked to show off in his space, which also made his space very popular every day. Sister Yu saw the muscles and prey that the boy showed off, and she couldn't help but feel dazed. This heartless man, he stayed for a while last time and ran back, saying that a daughter suddenly appeared. I didn't expect that she really appeared. Calculate it. This boy was only 15 or 16 years old at that time. Sure enough, he has been a disaster since he was a child. She said something in a chattering tone. She reached out to take an apple, took a bite and immediately had a mouthful of deliciousness. She still has a conscience and knows that there are good things waiting for me, she said with a smile, and her eyes looked at the packaging boxes that Zhou mailed back. They were all sent by express delivery from the United States. The price was very high, but the speed was fast, and it would reach her in 3 days at the latest. I don't know if this kid will come back. There are so many things happening recently. That bastard really has the nerve to come back. I wanted to find someone to deal with it, but I didn't expect that he would chase me relentlessly. Sister Yu's charming face pouted, looking unhappy, but she looked so attractive. Her small red lips and big eyes all showed her beauty. Although she was not as beautiful as a young girl, she had more of the taste of mature woman, which was why Zhou liked her. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Mr. Tang, said the secretary. Come in. Sister Yu narrowed the web page in the space and saw the little secretary coming in. What's the matter, Lily? Secretary Lily has been with Sister Yu for 3 years, and she is considered a confidant of her. Seeing that there are no outsiders here, Sister Yu, that Gao he is here again, holding a bouquet of flowers in his hand. This man is really annoying, and he has no self-awareness at all. Okay, no more talking. Sister Yu stopped, and her face showed an interested look. I didn't expect that there are really such thick-skinned men. I showed him my muscles a few days ago, and I was thinking that he would give up. I didn't expect that this man is getting more and more motivated. It's good enough for a man to get to this point. As she spoke, the irony on Sister Yu's face became stronger and stronger. That's right, sister, why don't I ask the security to drive him away? Lily suggested. Since he wants to play, then I'll play with him. Sister, what are you doing? Secretary Lily looked questioning. It just so happens that I used him as a shield last time, and now it seems that I can still use him. I have a free actor, and I'm making a profit. Sister Yu said with a smile, her eyes rolling around. It seemed that she had thought of something to play a prank on someone. Okay, go call Gao in. Sister Yu said. Yes. Seeing that President Tang had given the order, the secretary could only accept the instruction, but in her heart she mourned for this pretty boy for a few seconds, feeling more like he was asking for trouble. Chapter 520, Lessons. Biozhi had been waiting outside for a while and felt a little cold, so he led the people to get on the van. The younger brother looked outside and said, "This guy has been staying here for a long time." Who said it wasn't? How long do we have to wait? Once we go in, we will have to stay for a few more days. What's the use of this little time now? That's right, but this boring life is really depressing. I have to ask someone to send a few novels in. What do you think, Brother Bio? The younger brother asked. That's right. I'll ask someone to send a few comics and novels in. The big books will ensure that there will be something to do in there. Biozhi thought about it and agreed with the younger brother's opinion. Another younger brother who had been paying attention to the outside suddenly patted Biozhi and said, "Brother Bio, the person came out. Look." Biozhi opened the curtain of the van and looked outside. He really came out. After looking, he lowered the curtain. "Okay, we will act in a while. Zhou, you will be punched in a while. Remember to spray more blood. Put the blood bag in your mouth and bite it so that you can feel more blood, and then we will go up and fight," Biozhi said. "Oh, I know, Brother Bio." Zhou smiled. At this time, he was still wearing a formal suit. He didn't look like a gangster at all, but an elite. Even Brother Bio was the same. Although his face couldn't keep up with the rhythm, fortunately his clothes were decent, and he didn't look like a gangster. Gaohi, who was in Biozhi's sight, was a little excited now. The woman inside had been a little loose to him. He firmly believed that good women were afraid of clinging men. as long as he could persist and then play a little trick, maybe this thing would work. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh, not knowing that danger was approaching him. The old white-faced man is a bit old, and it's not easy to beat him up. The young white-faced man in front of him can still be taught a lesson within a limited range. Inside the trading company, Sister Yu looked down at Gaohi, who had already walked out from the French window of her office. This man is really shameless to a certain extent. Thinking of this, she felt that people's hearts were no longer ancient. Suddenly, a person walked in from the outside of the door, and the secretary Lily stopped him. "Mr. Meng, I haven't notified our Mr. Tang yet. Please wait a moment." "What are you waiting for? I have been friends with old Tang for almost 10 years, and you girl too. You have to stop him once or twice every time you come back," the man surnamed Meng said in a rough voice. "Boss Tang told me to do this. I have no other choice. You knocked twice and went in every time, and I was scolded by Boss Tang every time for this." The aggrieved look on Meng's face made him feel a little embarrassed. Okay, I'll knock on the door." He knocked on the door that was already open. "Han Gaiu, I'm coming in." He really came in. He turned around and said to the secretary, "Look, this is it." Tang Han Gaiu couldn't stand the look of her old friend. "Okay, Lao Meng, you're making it difficult for Lily. She's already old," she said to Lily. "You go out and do your work first. It's not your fault." "Okay, Boss Tang." Lily still called Tang boss when there were outsiders. Meng Leke walked to the French window. "I just came back yesterday, and I heard that he came back. And he came to see you?" "Yeah." Sister Yu nodded. "There's a young man chasing you recently. Did you give him a chance?" "Oh, old Meng, you know everything. This gossip has spread far and wide." Tang Han Gaiu looked relaxed. "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing, just a man who wants to be a parasite. He's back recently, so it's a good opportunity to find someone to disgust him and use him as a shield," Tang Han Gaiu explained. She has been friends with Meng Leke for more than 10 years and is also a business partner. Tang Han Gaiu had guessed that he would come to persuade her, so there was no need to hide this matter. "Aren't you dating another young man you mentioned? Where did he go? Is it time for this pretty boy to come forward now? He's still in the United States, and I didn't tell him about this." Tang Han Gaiu replied, "Did you hear it from your daughter again? This girl just can't control her mouth. Don't say Xiao. She also cares about you as an aunt." Meng Leke quickly defended his daughter. "Let's not talk about Xiao first. I want to talk about your ex-husband. He still has the nerve to come back. I heard that he asked you for money. Did you give it to him? 30,000 yuan? What? He really gave it to you?" Meng Leke was surprised. "It would be better to throw it away than to give it to him. This bastard suppressed you in the past and stabbed me in the back once. Now that we are bankrupt, shouldn't we teach him a lesson and not do anything disgusting that will affect our reputation? Let's wait for this matter. You are a serious businessman now. Don't do that. It's not worth it," Tang Han Gaiu said to Meng Leke seriously. "Besides, if it really doesn't work, we will go and talk to him. With his small body now, I really don't believe he can turn the world upside down." Meng Leke also breathed a sigh of relief when he heard it. "It's best if you have your own idea." Suddenly, the secretary ran in quickly. "Mr. Tang, is there a fight outside?" "There was a fight outside? What fight?" Tang Han Gaiu asked hurriedly. "That pretty boy had a fight with a few others." Lily was in a hurry and didn't pay attention to her words. Upon hearing this, Tang Han Gaiu immediately turned around and looked at Meng Leke. "It wasn't me. I just found out about it. And even if it was me, I couldn't be here. It's too conspicuous," Meng Leke explained quickly. Tang Han Gaiu thought about it and immediately understood that it was not her old friend who did it. But who was it? Or was it really an accident? She couldn't figure it out. After a while, Meng Leke looked outside through the French window and he could really see the location over there. He saw the pretty boy, who seemed to have hit someone, and that person was now lying on the ground with blood all over his face. There was a lot of blood on his face, and the other two people next to him seemed to be arguing with the pretty boy. But his hands and feet were not very clean, and he would punch or kick from time to time. Sometimes it seemed that the pretty boy fought back, but according to Meng Lekei's experience, the punches really couldn't hurt anyone. That man is really Gaohi. Tang Han Guy, who had already turned around and looked down and saw what was happening below. The three people were dressed fairly decently, and judging from the people around them, it seemed that Gaohi had caused the trouble first, and the other two went up to argue with them. They might have been beaten by their friends, so their hands and feet were a bit dirty. Not far downstairs of the trading company, Biozi grabbed the clothes of the pretty boy Gaohi. Fuck, who do you think you are? A rich second generation? An official second generation? You didn't apologize after doing something wrong, and you even dared to hit people. Damn it, I'll watch you hit people. I'll watch you hit people. As he said that, Biozi started to slap Gaohi's face. The people outside who were watching the excitement also heard Biozi's words, and gradually agreed with his words in their hearts. What they don't know is that sometimes what they see with their eyes is not necessarily the truth. It's not me, it's him, it's him. Hey. Why are you hitting people? Hey, you are still hitting. Gaohi wanted to explain, but he was very annoyed after being slapped twice. Although he was an educated man, he still dared to raise his hand and punch back twice. Besides, it was at this time, and in this position, very close to the trading company. He could feel as if someone was behind him, or in other words, watching him from the large French window upstairs, and wondering what was going on with him, and how to solve this matter. If he didn't behave better and be tougher, everything before would be in vain, because people from Tang Han Guy's company were watching him. If he really weakened, no one would look up to him in the future. In fact, he didn't think about it. Even if he became tough, no one would look up to him. It's a joke for a man who eats gigolos to be looked up to by others. Do you really think you are the great directionless? If your wife supports you for a few years, you can really succeed. There are only a few such examples in China with a population of 1.3 billion. So that was just an isolated case. The weak arm swung at the younger brother next to Heezy, and he shouted, as if he was hurt. Then he seemed to punch Gao Hele twice. The scuffle and shove just now had consumed most of the physical strength of this pretty boy with a doctorate. Now the punches falling on them were just like the sparring during normal boxing practice. It looked powerful, but had little lethality. The other person was really holding back, and Gao he really had no strength left. The younger brother next to him was still shouting, "He's hitting someone. He's hitting someone. I'm telling you, don't be so mad. I've just called the police. We have to slowly settle this matter. You hit my friend. This is not fun." Bios's words really made him look like a decent person. A pair of plain glasses covered up a lot of the fierceness on his face. Sure enough, after Bios's words were shouted out, the people watching the excitement around him thought that the righteous side was Bios's side. Gaohi, on the other hand, didn't admit that he hit someone and broke someone's things. He was still justified and even hit someone. "This is the first time I've cried catch the thief, but it feels really good. I guess it has already fulfilled the saying, cry catch the thief again." The old people watching the excitement nearby couldn't help but gossip. An old man who was not here to watch the excitement just now came over and asked another old man in front of him, "Old Wan Tao, what's going on? Was the bleeding man beaten by the tall boy?" Chapter 521 Lessons. The old man nodded. The young man bumped into someone and didn't apologize. In the end, he broke someone's things. He was lying on the ground, but he still didn't admit that he was a scoundrel. In the end, he beat up these young men. The little guy on the ground is still not well. The gossiping old man thought thoughtfully, "I can't believe that this man looks so gentle and polite, but I didn't expect him to be such a person. What's wrong with the social atmosphere?" He couldn't help shaking his head. "Who said it wasn't true? You can't judge a person by his appearance." Another person followed suit, looking at the pretty boy Gaohi with contempt and pity. If they used force, of course they had to teach this person a lesson. It is said that young people are easy to get beaten, and Biozi had no need to be polite to him. "I really didn't do it, and I didn't mean to hit anyone." Don't hit him in the face. Don't hit him in the face. Gaohi looked at Biozi in fear. He was hit a few times, and his body was already in pain. There were more and more people outside. Several police cars drove over from a distance. Several fat policemen and several ugly auxiliary policemen got off. Make way, let us go in and deal with the matter. Everyone, go away. These people are crowding together and disrupting the order. Go away. This time, the police came in just a few minutes. It was really fast and effective. Someone who called the police was amazed when he saw this scene. Wow, this is so fast. I just called the police to explain the situation, and the police uncles came right after me. This telecommunication station is finally not lying. They came to deal with the matter in minutes. The policeman had already walked in. Seeing that several people were still fighting, they shouted loudly, "Stop, stop it." As they said that, several burly policemen and ugly auxiliary policemen rushed forward. Facts also proved that there is strength in numbers. 3 people were immediately divided. What's going on? What's going on? A captain-like figure shouted. He beat someone and broke my friend's things, but he still refuses to admit it. Look at my friend. He's still lying there. Bios's clothes were torn apart by the grab, and there were 2 scratches on his face. As for how much of these were intentional, only he knew. What about you? What's wrong with you? The police turned around and asked the pretty boy Gaohi again. While several people were asking questions, the little brother lying on the ground had been helped up by the auxiliary police. From time to time, they asked with concern whether they should call a doctor. The one in his hand ran to get a towel to stop the bleeding. The camera was filming, so of course everyone had to show their best side. Not to mention that this was not an ordinary matter. Although no one knew what was going on, no one was stupid. It seemed that the victim was really the one with more people. Looking at the people around pointing at that person, you knew what was going on. Gaohi saw the police and immediately became energetic. It seemed that he had found a backer. "Comrade police, you have to help me make the decision. They are beating me. Look at my face and my clothes." He gestured as he spoke. The police looked over and saw that his face was only a little swollen and his clothes were just a little messy. He then compared the miserable appearance of Biozi with that of another younger brother. "How dare you say that? Do you want to see what you have done to others? And why did you beat someone up and make the ground bleed? They said you broke other people's things. Is that true?" Upon seeing this, Biozi shouted to the onlookers. Everyone saw it just now. "Look who this person is. He clearly beat someone up and broke his things. He turned the matter upside down. We are in large numbers, but we didn't beat him to death. Look, he turned around and bit us. Everyone, give us some advice." The crowd saw Gaohi's threatening look from time to time, and they were not afraid of him. The passionate people and the arranged people started to make a fuss. "We all saw it. This guy was wrong first. We can testify. Yes, we can testify. We can't let good people suffer. Otherwise, I don't know what the social atmosphere will become. I'll go with you, and I'll testify for you." An old man also shouted out in excitement. People's herd mentality and passion, sometimes with a little guidance, can release unexpected effects. "We can also testify. Yes, this guy is such a jerk." One by one, they shouted, as if they were not heroes, if they didn't shout a few words. Gaohi looked at this scene in disbelief. What was going on? He was obviously a victim and a member of a vulnerable group. How could he become a street rat in a moment? Didn't they just surround him and beat him? Didn't that person throw the things down just now? Didn't I just push that person? How come this is all my fault? What's going on in this world? Don't talk nonsense, you bastards. What do you know? It's obviously him who fell down and threw the things away by himself, right? Gaohi shouted loudly to the crowd. The people in the crowd did not repent as Gaohi thought, but some people stood up. "How dare you curse at me? Who are you calling a bastard? My old man doesn't see the truth. Damn it, you dare to curse at my old man," the man said, as if he had a disagreement and was about to give him a slap in the face. The sharp-eyed auxiliary police hurried over to pull the man away. "What are you doing? What are you doing? You beat people in front of us? Do you still have the law in your eyes? Do you still have us, the people's police?" Then the auxiliary police hurried to transfer Gaohi away, otherwise this might really cause public outrage. The people of the Celestial Empire have a deep understanding of the saying that the law does not control the masses, and these public officials also know how powerful it is, so they hurried back to the station to talk. The auxiliary police didn't waste any more words and took Gaohe away immediately. The police also took Biozi and the other two away, each holding one arm and taking them into the car. The crowd around was also evacuated by the police. The person who just shouted followed the person who shouted in the crowd and took advantage of no one's attention and walked together to get on the van parked not far away. After getting in the car, he took out his phone and made a call. "It's done. Okay, got it. We will go." After saying a few words, he hung up. Then he started the car and drove out in a certain direction. Meng Leke, who was upstairs in the trading company, took down the telescope. This was usually played by Sister Yu. This was a good thing Zhao Jixi bought from Hejiang's store. Sister Yu looked at Meng Leke with amusement and stopped reading gossip. She sat down in the main seat in the aisle. "I say, Lao Meng, you don't care about gossip, and you are so enthusiastic about reading with a telescope." Meng Leke put down the telescope with a thoughtful expression on his face. "What's wrong? What are you thinking about? Gaohe has been sent away. Shouldn't you be happy? At least you don't have to worry about finding a gigolo for my friend. Why do you have this expression now?" Sister Yu asked curiously. Meng Leke did not speak, but walked to the sofa not far from the desk and sat down. "What's wrong?" Sister Yu saw that he seemed to be thinking about something, so she also came over and took a piece of fruit by the side. "Something is not right," Meng Leke said affirmatively. "What is it?" "I noticed something was wrong when I first saw what happened below. Just now, the two troublemakers came out, and the two people I didn't know got on the van together secretly." He looked at Sister Yu and said, "And the speed of the police's response was too fast. It seemed that they had known that there would be a conflict here. The personnel and vehicles also came at the right time." Meng Leke gradually analyzed and revealed the details to Sister Yu bit by bit. Sister Yu listened and looked thoughtful. Did he offend someone? Someone wants to make trouble for him? That's possible. Meng Leke thought of the other party's profession and felt that it was really possible. After all, he didn't have a glorious profession before. It was normal for this job to offend some people who were able to pay to mess with him. The two speculated for a while, but they couldn't think that it was Zhao Jixi's friend who did it. "Forget it, we can't guess it. Do you think I should go and see this guy?" "What are you going to see?" "I think he has it all to himself, and you have to be careful. Maybe he is a heartless man and some rich woman is looking for trouble with him." "Oh, and then you go to see him. Isn't this a typical way to attract hatred? Maybe he is not very optimistic and will give you a beating." Sister Yu suddenly got goosebumps all over her body after hearing this. What her old friend said is really possible. "Really, Lao Meng, do you think I should find 2 bodyguards? Okay, I'll ask Zhou to stay with you for a few days in the afternoon. Ask him to drive you when you go to work. If you are in the company, ask him to sit in front with your secretary. But if you are alone at home, you should ask 2 girls to come over, or ask Zhou to live there, but it is not convenient for him to be a man." Thinking of this, Meng Leke was a little difficult to do. As a single woman, it is really troublesome to arrange people. "Oh, I got it. How about you stay at my place for 2 days? I have a lot of rooms anyway. You can also help me educate Xiao when you are free. This child has never had a mother to teach her since she was young, and now she has become so wild. No, I'd rather live in my own house. I really can't get used to living in someone else's house. I think Zhou is a very honest person. Don't think bad of him. I'll ask the 2 sisters to live with me. It's easy for me to find an empty room for Zhou in my house." Sister Yu had a good impression of Zhou mentioned by her old friend. Chapter 522, Bad Luck and Suspicion. As for the question of him being a man, she didn't really care about it. She had already called several sisters to her home, and she knew this man. He was a kid from the countryside and had been in the army. He was a good young man. "Okay, since you said so, then it's settled. I'll ask Zhou to follow you for a few days." Meng Leke made the decision. After he said it, Zhao Jixi didn't know that his friend's little trick to buy him time had made his old lover have to find bodyguards. to worry about his safety. But he would know it soon. But only he knew how wonderful his expression was at that time. Biozy had completed part of the task, but Easy was still going on. The old white-faced man sat there, sweat on his face in the cold weather, holding the racket in his hand, but didn't know whether to hit or not. The younger brother sitting opposite him was looking at the cards. Oh my god, Nilba, this time I have money. I have lost several times and finally let me win once. That expression was called a face full of pride. Come on. Easy has lost more than 10,000 yuan. How much do you have? It seems that Tanjun has good luck today. Another little brother looked at the old white-faced man, the man called Tanjun. He put down his cards. I'm also Niu Bay. I'm Niu. It seems that the expert will lose this time. I haven't won in several rounds. Fuck. Easy put down his cards with a smile on his face. Tanjun, it's your turn. Ours have all been over. It's time for you, the dealer, to play a card. Tanjun looked down at the 20,000 yuan in front of his table. At first, people forced him to play cards, and if he didn't play, he would be beaten. He twisted his butt carefully twice, and it really hurt a little from the kick just now. Hurry up and turn over the cards. I'm still waiting to collect the money. Hurry up. Everyone urged him. He had played several NIU games just now. Whoever had the biggest hand would be the banker in the next one. He was worried that he would be cheated by a few people. He didn't expect that his luck was so good. He won 20,000 yuan with a NIU game with a maximum of 500 in just 10 or 20 minutes. Is this God's recent compensation for him? I'm Woohoo NIU. The old white-faced man opened the cards. JQK were all big cards, which are considered to be one of the biggest cards in the NIU game. After winning these few times and the money given by several people, the old white-faced man Tanjun already had nearly 20,000 Cheyenne Chao coins in his hand. KO, this is alright, so lucky. The younger brother looked unbelievable. The old white-faced man was also a little proud of his win. Although he was still a little scared, he also said, well, 500 doubled each person is 2,500. I'm so sorry, so sorry. Fuck you, want money? Another younger brother was furious. Easy glanced at the younger brother and said, I'm willing to accept the loss. Why are you wasting time? Give me the money. Why are you still hanging around with me? The younger brother muttered a few words and counted out more than 2,000 yuan to the old white-faced man. The old white-faced man took it with a smile on his face, and then another younger brother and Easy also counted the money to him. After a few rounds, although the old white-faced man was wary, he really didn't know what these people meant. There was really no money to be squeezed from him, and he was not qualified to sell in this state. What did these people want from him? Could it be that they were really righteous and just wanted to beat him? Even a child knew that this was impossible, let alone a normal person like him. Now he was worried that they would pay attention to his internal organs. This business is very popular now. He estimated that his whole body was worth 1 or 2 million. As long as he found the right buyer, he might be able to sell it for a higher price. But if they needed it, couldn't they just fascinate him? Why did they do all this? Do you want me to sell my internal organs after I lose money? But even if that's the case, it's still illegal, right? Although it's a much lighter crime than forcibly extracting it from someone. Is there any difference for these people without humanity? We've already taken this path, and there's still a little bit left. Old white-faced Tanjun's mind is a bit confused now, but the cards he got are all surprisingly good. He has won tens of thousands of yuan so far, so it's really a bit unreliable to let him lose money. Just when he was thinking a lot, suddenly his door was kicked open by someone, and the door, which had a bit of history, was completely said goodbye to him at this moment. Bang, the door panel hit the ground with a dull sound. The whole floor was dusted, and the four of them coughed a few times. Easy and others kept complaining in their hearts that the bastard didn't know how to clean and actually beat up so much dust. Police. Don't move, sit still. Several people rushed in and shouted loudly. What? The white-faced old man Tanjun was a little stunned. Why did the police come? What was going on? Was it because of the people next to me? Are they wanted criminals? Government, I don't know these wanted criminals. I'm a good citizen. I really don't know these people. The white-faced old man hurried over excitedly. Tanjun ran over and scared the policeman opposite him. He thought he was going to attack the police. He immediately bent down and rushed forward 2 steps, knocking Tanjun to the ground, and then immediately pressed his legs on his head. He held Tanjun's hands with both hands and handcuffed him. The neat and tidy action made the police officer very satisfied. He couldn't help but say proudly, "What era is it? You still want to attack the police? Are there really people who are not afraid of death?" One of the 3 people who had already squatted with their heads in their hands couldn't help but whispered, "Brother Harry, is there such a scene in the script?" "No. This old white-faced man actually dared to attack the police. I really didn't see it." He laughed softly as he said this. He heard the words this guy said when he ran over just now, but he didn't expect that this old guy would be so unlucky. He really has a bad character. No whispering. The police shouted loudly, "Stand up and follow us one by one." Yes, yes, yes. He stood up very sensibly and followed a few people out. Because everyone thought that the old white-faced man attacked the police, 2 police officers specially escorted him. He also occupied the backseat of a small car alone, but he sat in the middle, and the 2 people sitting next to him looked at him. "Comrade, I really didn't assault the police. I was just too excited just now. I really didn't assault the police. Look at my courage. How dare I do that?" Tanjun looked aggrieved. He was really unlucky. "Don't talk. Did you assault the police? You can talk about it when you are taking the statement later. You can talk enough, but now shut up." The 2 were annoyed by his nagging and immediately scolded him. After a while, the vehicle drove into the police station. In the interrogation room, the old white-faced man sat there helplessly. "Comrade, I really didn't gamble, and it's even more impossible to assault the police. This is really a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding? Let's not talk about assaulting the police. Let's talk about gambling first. When we went in, we saw that you seemed to be collecting money. There seemed to be tens of thousands of yuan in front of your seat. Tell me what's going on with this money? Did they give it to you voluntarily?" The police laughed in his heart, but asked with a serious expression, "No, I won because I took the money. Hey, I didn't win. No, I didn't want to play cards at all. They forced me to play cards. They threatened me. They threatened me to play cards." The old white-faced man recovered immediately after speaking unclearly. On the other side, he was interrogating him. "Do you know what crime you have committed?" A serious expression and a serious voice. He sat there honestly, and he really couldn't tell that he was a gangster. "I know, gambling crime. You still committed it, even though you knew it? It's not my fault. Usually, we brothers like to play a few rounds, but nothing happened. I don't know how it fell into your hands this time." He said with a wronged look on his face. "Oh, I'm wronging you. You are breaking the law, don't you know? I didn't know that playing cards at home was considered gambling before. Now I know. No matter where you gamble, it's a crime to gamble anywhere. Hey, it seems that I can only gamble on the lottery. Only China allows gambling these days. Don't talk nonsense with me. How many times have you talked about gambling? It hasn't been many times. You caught us this time." He said. Bang. The police slammed the table and said, "Honestly, do you really think we are stupid? You said we had played a few times before, but now you tell me that we will play when we are caught." He shrank his head, as if he was scared. No, we only played a few times. I don't remember the details. I really don't remember. Who organized this game? It's hard to say. Sometimes it's me, sometimes it's them. Whoever is free likes to organize it." He said. "What about this time?" "This time we happened to run into Tanjun, the one you misunderstood as the one who attacked the police, and he set us up." He said. The interrogation of the 2 younger brothers was basically the same. No matter who organized the bureau, they all said that it was the white-faced old man Tanjun. An hour later, a young female police officer pushed the door open outside the interrogation room of Tanjun. Her small face was pretty good, but her white rabbits were a little small. This person walked in with several transcripts with fingerprints already pressed on them. "Officer Jin, these are the transcripts of those people." Officer Jin took them. "Well, thank you, Zhou." The female police officer said politely and then retreated. Officer Jin took the transcripts of the 3 people in his hand and read them, turning them over page by page, and put them down after a while. Then he looked at the white-faced old man and said, "Tanjun, I advise you to confess the facts as soon as possible. When we just went in, we had already filmed the scene of you receiving money. You can't deny it. In addition to the several transcripts I have collected, your guilt can be basically confirmed." Chapter 523 Good News. "What, my crime?" the old white-faced man said with a ridiculous look on his face. "I'm not guilty at all. Didn't I say that I only played cards because they threatened me? Otherwise I would never play. Besides, I don't even know those guys. They are in the same group." The dark-skinned guy started pretending to be a migrant worker, and later he brought a few people into my house and asked me to play cards with them. Oh, and they kicked me twice before. "Officer, they want to harm me. I know. They are trying to frame me. They want to get me." "Officer." In the eyes of Officer Jin, Tanjun was getting more and more outrageous. He had seen a lot of situations of these gamblers, and there were even more incredible things than this. Tanjun wanted to deceive him with his little skill. He was showing off his sword in front of the real Guangong without even considering who the target was. "Stop, Tanjun, you can stop thinking about this. It's only 7 days, right? If you insist on talking nonsense, I can tell you that if you keep talking nonsense, I can sue you for obstructing public service, which is much more serious than gambling." Officer Jin warned. "And all your friends know you, but you are the only one who says you don't know them. Isn't that a bit too much? And you said they want to harm you. I read the previous few minutes of the manuscript, and they are all trying to help you get away with assaulting the police. If they want to harm you," he laughed and said, "if they really want to do something to you, they will definitely want to make it into assaulting the police. This crime is much more serious than gambling." This? Tanjun was speechless. What kind of thing is this? He now understands that these people really want to harm him. At least the lucky thing is that they just want to send themselves to jail for a few days, and there are no other actions or charges. Hurry up and admit it. Men are so hesitant. The fine is only 200 yuan, and you will be locked up for a few more days at most. If you keep wasting time with me, I can revoke your gambling crime and directly charge you with assaulting police officers and obstructing public service. This is enough for you to be sentenced to re-education through labor and locked up for a few years." Police officer Jin Pukao persuaded him earnestly. Other colleagues had finished the interrogation, but he and another person were still dithering here. Was he going to go to the police station tonight? Isn't this just looking for trouble for him? And they are all small things. If you admit it, there will be basically no problem. You can be locked up for a few days and take it as arrest. After threatening him a few times, Tanjun found that it was really hard to say. There were 3 pieces of evidence that had admitted to playing cards, and the police used other things to deceive him. The best choice at present was to admit the crime of gambling. It's not like he had money when he was young. He could still think of a way. Now, there is really no hope. "I admit it." Tanjun stuttered, but finally made his words clear. It's a good comrade to admit his mistakes and correct them. "Okay, see if what I wrote is correct. If you think it's okay, just sign below and press your fingerprint on the lower right hand side." Officer Jin handed the things on the table to Tanjun. This action made Tanjun feel a little bitter. The other party had already prepared his feelings and was waiting for his answer. It was almost the same as what was written above. He took it and looked at it. It was really almost the same. In this case, he could only accept his fate. If he asked a lawyer to handle it, he couldn't afford the lawyer's fees. So this is the only way. A few days of public security punishment, or a few years of imprisonment. It's just 7 days, plus a ticket of 200 yuan. Just admit it. Thinking about it, he realized that someone must be framing him this time. He has now discovered this. Otherwise, why would someone come here to set up a trap to teach him a lesson for no reason? I just don't know who would do this. Could it be Tang Hongaiu? The image of this woman flashed through the old white-faced man's mind. People who can do business to this extent have complicated social relationships, hometown associations, chambers of commerce, etc. These people connected by regional relationships form organizations that stick together. However, they are scattered organizations, but the people in them are a bit complicated. Basically, they are all successful businessmen. As for what kind of business they are in, it is varied. There are definitely many people who are related to the underworld. Meng Lei K. He thought of this person all of a sudden. He and Tang Hangai are fellow villagers, and they are also friends and poker partners for many years. This person's wealth is not very white. He used some tricks to trick him before. Now that he is down and out, if he really comes to cause trouble, it will be a bit troublesome. Tang Jun was a little dazed for the next period of time. He didn't think about it before, but when he came back here, he found that he had many enemies. He wanted to make a fortune from Tang Hangai before, but now he found that this place is a pit, and it is a pit that will bury him alive. Little white face? Suddenly, the man's eyes flashed through his mind again, and his eyes under the glasses were still so greedy. Even if he did it, it was possible. He completed the formalities in one night and followed the evening bus to the XX detention center. Little white face didn't know how deep an impression he would leave on him in the next few days. After receiving the news from the bureau, Guang Tao Kaiang called Cheng Fei to report the progress of the matter. The two of them would basically stay in there for a week, and the little white face had to pay for the medical expenses, which was not much, plus the examination and medicine, only more than 500 yuan. There was no need, and no desire for the few people to make it blackmail. Now this was considered a public security punishment, and it was not even on file. It was a civil case. Cheng Fei was drinking, and he was happy to receive the call. It was a small matter and he achieved his goal. He couldn't help but sigh at the table that Guan Tao Kaiang was capable of doing things. He picked up his phone and made an international call. Zhou Jixi was communicating with the congressman of this constituency at this time, and by the way, he also expressed that he would support him to be re-elected as a congressman of this constituency. If necessary, he could create more jobs for him and increase his support rate in this district so as not to let his opponents buy him at the bottom. This is a good condition that he can give with his own conditions without having to pay the price of favor. However, he has many other conditions in his hands, including some support from the majority party of Chinese congressmen. If he spends more time, even Asian congressmen may make friends and support someone with this. This thing can play a lot of roles at critical moments. However, it also costs favors, which is a condition that he cannot agree to casually. He was talking to the congressman about the economic development in California when the phone rang. He saw that it was his own, so he said, "Excuse me, I have a call." Zhou Jixi pointed to the congressman with his mobile phone. "It's okay, go ahead," the congressman said with a smile. Chatting with Zhou Jixi is mainly to increase the familiarity between the two. As for what topic to talk about, it is not a key thing. Cheng Fei's voice came out when the phone was picked up. This brother is sometimes straightforward and directly talks about things. "Jess, the matter is done. I can guarantee that these two bastards will not be able to make trouble for a week." "Brother Cheng, thank you very much." "Brother, what's the trouble with us? It's all trivial matters. I can solve it with just a phone call. Anyway, I just spent your money and got a favor. It's all good business. No need to thank me. And I have already given the money to Bald Kaiang. Several people also went in to sit together, so there is not much money left. It's not easy for them to make a living. I gave it all to them." Cheng Fei said. "It's okay. It's a matter of hundreds of thousands of yuan. Why do we have to be so clear about it? I must thank you. You have troubled me with women's affairs. If I don't express my gratitude, I'm too bad as a brother. That's fine. I must get together when I go back. I will try to fly back in 1 or 2 days." Zhou Jixi said. "Okay, come back quickly. If Brother Huang hadn't seen you this time, you might have been cheated by that woman. Come back and teach her a lesson." Cheng Fei taught. The two chatted for a few more words and then hung up the phone. "We can still afford this little money, but I don't know if those two people are comfortable squatting in there." Thinking of this, a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Pick up the soap in there. I will pray for you." The land transaction was operated by several parties, and the speed was much faster. Atwood negotiated openly, and Zhou Jixi gave conditions secretly. It is estimated that the two sides will be able to get it soon. Zhou Jixi has informed Atwood that he can prepare and organize cowboys to install fences on the new land to indicate that it is now private territory. The security guards also spread over there. Zhou Jixi also intends to build a training base there. Anyway, the land is large enough and the soil is not bad. It is a good location for training newcomers. Zhou Jixi came back from the town in the evening. The car only passed through several security checkpoints before entering the villa area. He didn't think it was a big deal. Compared to safety, these were minor issues. It didn't matter to him, but his daughter, niece and master all lived here, so it was always better to be safe. After dinner, Zhou Jixi called Xianshan specifically. He was going back now. This child was a problem. It was impossible for him to take care of Xianshan all the time. His brother-in-law also called him recently. He said that he wanted to take his daughter back home during the Chinese New Year. She could come over again if she wanted to during the holidays next year. He thought about it, and it was true. It was inevitable that parents would feel a little uncomfortable when they couldn't see their children. Chapter 524. Before going back. At first, it was said to be 2 months, but now it has been at least half a year. Grandparents at home miss him very much, not to mention his father, who has to video chat with him almost every day. Xianshan can now communicate with people in English fluently, and she knows the meaning of many slangs that Zhou Jixi doesn't know. With this level of English ability, if she goes back to an international elementary school, she will have no problem communicating with children from other English-speaking countries. The American education of the teachers is also acceptable to her. This was also what the second sister was worried about at the beginning, and now it has been solved very satisfactorily. It is mainly Niu's problem. The second sister's family already knows about his daughter, but they helped him hide it and didn't tell Zhao's father and mother. It's up to him as a son to tell the story himself. The second sister was shocked when she heard the news. Where did this child come from? But the facts were in front of her, and she didn't know what to say to her brother. Besides, he is an adult, so he handled it himself, but he usually buried such a secret in his heart and couldn't tell anyone, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Zhou Jixi is now worried that, if the child goes back, he will accidentally tell others about Niu. How can he explain this to his parents and other sisters at home? This matter is really hard to explain. It is not a glorious thing. A teenager did that with someone, and he didn't even know who the woman was. He unexpectedly met her in the capital a few years later, and gave birth to a child with that woman. This is even more ridiculous than a TV series. Is there such a weird thing? Not to mention that he doesn't believe it. I guess his mother and others won't believe it either. Or he can say that the child is not his own, and I brought her back to raise her, because she looks like me. Zhou Jixi thought and shook his head quickly. If this gets out, Niu will be broken if she hears it. And this is not the most important thing. The real problem is that he has not read the inspection report. He was a little uncertain. No, Niu is my daughter, otherwise how can there be a child who looks so much like me? Her face is completely an optimized version of my genes. Although there is a little difference compared to my previous life, she is very similar to me in this life. After optimizing the genes in this life, the good genes have been developed. Her appearance has not changed much, but that little change makes her look much better than before. Xianshan walked in front of Zhou Jixi, looking at him in a daze, and couldn't help but shouted, "Uncle, uncle, hey, what's the matter?" Zhou Jixi came back to his senses and asked, "Didn't you call me? What else are you asking me?" Niu looked at him speechlessly and said, Zhou Jixi stuttered, "Oh, Uncle was thinking about something just now, and his brain suddenly short-circuited, so he asked such a stupid question. Xianshan, can you forgive Uncle?" Xianshan looked at Zhou Jixi and nodded. "Okay, I forgive you." Zhou Jixi smiled and picked up the little sweetheart. "Xianshan, Uncle is going back to the country. Do you want to go back with Uncle?" "Going back? That means I won't be able to see Grandma, and I won't be able to see 1K and Saiyan. Then I won't be able to play with my sister either?" Xianshan's mind was turning quickly. Zhou Jixi nodded and said, "Well, but this is only temporary. Xianshan can come to Uncle's place after she goes back, right? When our Xianshan goes to school, there will be winter and summer vacations. when you are on vacation, come to uncle's place to play with your parents and other adults. And your parents miss Xianshan very much. Do you miss your parents? I do too. Xianshan muttered. Although she missed her parents, she couldn't bear to leave the people and things here at Zhao Jixi's place. But I want to play with my sister, but I can't play with her after I go back. I also want to ride the elephant tortoise, but I can't ride it after I go back. I also want to ride the little monkey King Lear, but I can't see them anymore. The girl became more and more sad as she spoke, and tears slid down all of a sudden. Zhao Jixi quickly comforted her. Why did the child start crying while talking? He really couldn't handle this matter. There were no children in the previous life. In this life, a niece came, and he also had a daughter, but no matter how many books he read, they were not useful in actual combat. Zhao Jixi talked for more than 20 minutes, and promised a lot of benefits. The child finally stopped crying. He was still crying when he spoke, which made Zhao Jixi feel a little uncomfortable. Okay, then why don't you go back first, and your uncle will go back first, and then you and your sister will come back to China together. How about that? Zhao Jixi thought about it, and felt that his daughter's matter would definitely not be hidden for long. Besides, he should let the child see her grandparents. So he planned to go back and talk to his parents first to see their reactions. If he felt it was okay, he would take the child back. In this way, someone would accompany everyone back, and Xianshan would be easier to solve. If they were in the United States at that time, things would be simple. If Xianshan cried and made a fuss, it would be the second sister and brother-in-law who would have a headache, and he would not have to worry about this matter. Really? Xianshan looked at Zhao Jixi with a little swollen eyes. Well, I will go back for a while, and then come here to pick you up together. Is that okay? Zhao Jixi said. Well, that's good. Xianshan hesitated for a moment, but still didn't say she wouldn't go back. It seemed that her second sister was still very important in her mind. Although there were many things on the farm that she was reluctant to give up, compared to her own home, these were nothing. When Zhao Jixi planned to go back, the land next to the farm had been negotiated. After he signed it in a hurry, he had nothing to do. Then Atwood and several security consultants began to develop that area. Part of it was used by the farm, and part of it was divided out for the new training base. There are also forests and small lakes in this part. For all-terrain training, these are useless, and if they are really there is no need for artificial development, which saves a lot of money. In addition, the underground is also going to be developed and used. Zhao Jixi also intends to create a defense point behind the long hair grass in the future, which also makes the safety of the long hair grass a level higher. Of course, this is just for show. The more he values it, the more others will think that this thing is a good thing. There is no need to worry about the actual safety. Instead, we should worry about those who were cheated by Zhao Jixi. I wonder what kind of expression they would have after investing so much, but getting the long-haired grass, that is completely useless. Just thinking about it makes me look forward to it. Master, I'll trouble you with the things at home these days. Zhao Jixi packed his bag and prepared to return home. Before leaving, he talked to the old lady Luo for a few more words. He hadn't realized that he had talent before. Since he had Niu and Xianshan, he found that his ability in this area has become stronger and stronger. When the old lady heard him repeating several questions, she was a little impatient and said, "Okay, you young man, how come you have become more verbose than an old woman like me?" Zhao Jixi touched the back of his head embarrassedly. It has become a common trick. The old lady couldn't help rolling her eyes in her heart. I don't know what's going on recently. Maybe I have a child. Master, please bear with me, he said with a smile. If you have something to say, it's enough to say it twice. I, an old woman, can't say it 5 or 6 times. At least you have been saying it since this morning. It has been 6 or 7 times now. The old lady joked. Pay attention next time. Pay attention next time. Zhao Jixi accepted the criticism and was in a good attitude and got the old lady's understanding. Dad, come back soon. Niu will miss you. The little girl hurriedly gave Zhao Jixi another hug. Just now when she was upstairs, this girl came several times. Now she came again. Zhou Jixi realized that the old lady said he was annoying, and it was not just a casual remark. Well, NIU is a good child. Dad will miss NIU too. Zhou Jixi repeated this sentence. Uncle, there is also Xianshan. Xianshan also wants a hug. Xianshan also wants a hug. The little girl opened her arms and said. Zhou Jixi also picked up his little niece and shook her a few times to make her laugh. The child didn't have to go back with him, and she didn't look unhappy, which made him roll his eyes. The second sister's family education was really bad, and the child didn't miss home. But you can't blame the child. After all, she has been here for more than half a year. There is also the food and diet here. The taste is very good, and there is no need to say more. Even the fruits we eat are very good. These are attractive enough. Moreover, we can play with animals that can only be seen in the zoo, and ride on the rare elephant tortoises in the zoo. These are really too attractive to children. Delicious and fun. These are the most beloved pursuits of children. Unfortunately, Zhou Jixi really satisfies them here. Well, Xianshan is also the best. Zhou Jixi replied, and then they chatted for a few words and walked out. In today's society, it is very simple to meet and chat. There are phones for talking, and computers for video. These have shortened the distance between people, and changed people's means of life. Even if he had to fly back and forth, it was a simple matter. Sitting for more than 10 hours was a bit uncomfortable, but it was still acceptable. After waving goodbye to his family, Zhou Jixi got on the Raptor. The security consultant who went back with him this time was Martin, and he brought a few people with him to form a small team of bodyguards to ensure the safety of Zhou Jixi during his return home. Chapter 525, Encounter at the Airport. The air in the capital is not very good, but compared to the smog in the last few years, it is really good now. China has ignored many environmental problems in its economic development, and there is nothing it can do about it. For example, London in the UK during the Industrial Revolution was called the Fog City, which was caused by more serious smog than the capital. After experiencing capital accumulation, it gradually improved. The Western world is also like this. There are always some pains in economic development. Later, the capital also became a foggy city, and people started to talk nonsense. This country is actually similar to people. It's easy to talk without feeling any pain. Come to China and still complain about it. If you don't like it, don't come. You want to make money, but don't want to pay. How can it be so good? The passenger throughput of the Capital International Airport in China is very large. Zhou walked out with Martin and several bodyguards. Foreigners are not unfamiliar faces in the capital, but it is quite strange to see several foreigners protecting a nation. Many people looked here, some looked at Zhou, and some looked at his bodyguards. Especially, it seems that there are Iranians, that is, Arabs, who are very famous internationally. With a big beard, even if he wears a suit, he can still look like a terrorist. Sehe, it seems that you are very popular in China and you have a high rate of turning back. Zhou Jixi said jokingly to the big beard walking on his right. Boss, I think they are more like looking at you. The big beard is an American Arab and has been naturalized in the United States for 3 generations. Whether it is identity recognition or other customs, he is actually close to Westerners. However, the invisible racial discrimination problem is still unavoidable. He has high military skills, but unfortunately he cannot be promoted in the army. Because of racial issues, this is also a kind of helplessness. After retiring from the army, he really doesn't know what he can do except killing and having military skills. If he is a bodyguard, Westerners don't need him, but Arabs can't accept him because of his changes in beliefs and customs. So it is conceivable that he is not doing well. Fortunately, when he was in the army before, he saved a person during a rescue mission and maintained a good personal relationship with him. This person is an excellent senior of Zhou Jixi who has graduated from Stanford College. He is also a member of the Shriners. He knows that Zhou Jixi has a good security company and can join the Shriners because the basic point is that the fraternity does not discriminate against other people of color. In addition, the treatment is comparable to that of ordinary organized mercenaries, and the annual income can reach the level of the middle class. So he used his connections to introduce him to Zhou Jixi. He did not accept it immediately. He still had to do the necessary things. This is a matter of principle, and the senior can understand it. After a review, he agreed to hire Cecil after his identity and character were not a problem. The main thing is that he has a family and children. Zhou Jixi is more assured to use such people. Bachelors and the like, if they are not encumbered, sometimes they will become a time bomb. And those with families will be investigated from time to time to prevent them from being held hostage. These things are monitored by Wu Ziwen, who is of Chinese descent. Even Zhou Jixi cannot avoid racial issues. That's not necessarily true. Eva is also an attractive beauty. I think the angle should be looking at her. Zhou Jixi was bored and joked with his female bodyguard. This Russian girl was tall and strong, 1.86 meters tall, with a pretty good curve, big breasts and a resolute face. She looked like a resolute beauty, which was probably very much in line with the taste of a certain American director. Boss, this joke is not funny at all. Russian girls are passionate and unrestrained, but Eva obviously doesn't have these characteristics. A woman who likes to play with guns and axes. Zhou Jixi can't imagine what she will look like when she is passionate. Okay, I'm not kidding. Zhou Jixi looked at the face of the female bodyguard and said in a compromised manner, "Why are there so many people at the airport today? They are here to pick up the stars." Assistant Mizi quickly answered Zhou Jixi's question. "Star? Who is it?" "Korean star. It seems to be TVXQ from the brand." Mizi said. "Those Koreans. No chance." Zhou Jixi didn't want to ask anymore when he heard that it was a man. He could still be a little interested in women. Even if they had plastic surgery, it was the pursuit of beauty. When you are on the road, do you still consider what she was like before? It's just a one-time game, not a marriage. Many security guards came to the airport one after another, wearing loose uniforms, slowly sorting out the scattered crowd. There were a dozen people in black suits in the middle, who looked like professional security personnel. But compared with Zhou Jixi's people, they were really not a little bit worse. The men were tall and the women were tall. When a few people in black suits passed by Zhou Jixi and wanted to say something, they glared at Martin and Cecil and didn't even dare to speak. As a senior VIP of United Airlines, Zhou Jixi notified them to help go directly to the VIP channel. There were so many people here, it was really a bit boring. The next location was to move to the city where Sister Yu was flying, which was not in the same building as the international flights. However, Zhou Jixi walked to the domestic flight building, and when he was about to enter the box to wait, he unexpectedly saw an acquaintance. He happened to be seen there, and Zhou Jixi saw this, and hurriedly walked a few steps up, and called the bodyguard guarding in front of him. "Aunt, uncle, what a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you two here." Zhou Jixi greeted Zhang's father and mother who he met unexpectedly. The two looked like they had just returned from a trip, dressed very casually. It was also surprising to see Zhou Jixi, and even more surprising was the several bodyguards guarding them. Could it be that the landlords in the United States made so much money? Look at this pomp and circumstance, which is more than 1 or 2 times more awesome than the rich people in China, and the aura it exudes is really too strong. The two were also people who had seen the world, and they recovered quickly. Zhang's mother could say something, and was considered the spokesperson for the family. "Jess, what a coincidence, your uncle and I just got off the plane, and I didn't expect to meet you here," Zhang's mother said with a smile. "What are you doing?" "Oh, yes, we are really destined to meet. I just got off the plane too. It's an international flight, and now I have to wait for the domestic flight and transfer to another place." Zhou Jixi took 2 steps forward and pointed to the direction of the international flight building over there and said, "We just got off the plane and are leaving. We have been sitting for more than 10 hours since we came back from the United States. Why don't you go eat something with us to fill your stomach first?" Zhang's mother said with concern. "Don't be polite, auntie. You two must be very tired after the flight. We just ate on the plane. The food on United Airlines is pretty good. We are not hungry now." Zhou Jixi was polite with caring details, which made the 2 old people like it. "You are so polite, kid. How familiar are you with us? Why are you still polite?" Zhang's father said. "I'm really not polite, uncle. We have already booked the flight and will fly soon. I'm really not being polite to you 2 old people." Zhou Jixi felt that this was true, otherwise he would be willing to communicate with the two old people. You kid. Zhou Jixi chatted with the two people at the airport for a few words, sent the two old people outside the airport, and met Zhang Ziyi's brother Zhang Nan, who came to pick up the two old people. He chatted with them again, because the flight was about to take off, so he got away. When Zhou Jixi arrived, he directly changed planes in the capital. He got off the United Airlines Boeing at the airport with a few bodyguards, and went through security check at the other end, to take a domestic flight, flying directly to Hulanbu City. Zhou Jixi and his bodyguards were so impressed that this love affair was more tiring than fighting a war. They didn't sit on the plane for 14 hours, and they had to change planes again. Mizi was exhausted and fell asleep as soon as she got on the plane. These bodyguards were a piece of cake. Some of them didn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights, let alone these 10 hours. Zhou Jixi also felt a little tired and didn't care about the flight attendants. When he got on the plane and saw that there were no particularly attractive women, he asked the flight attendant for a blanket and planned to lie down for more than an hour, just as a nap. In the car of the Zhang family over there, the 3 people saw Zhou Jixi's aura for the first time. The group of bodyguards were not at the same level as the ones they usually saw. They were full of a terrifying aura. It looked very intimidating. How could they know that many of these people had just finished their mercenary careers? The anger they had on the battlefield had not yet dissipated. After a period of training, they exhausted their physical strength and finally dissipated a lot of anger. Zhou Jixi's security consultants put a lot of thought into it in places he couldn't see. This security company also has cooperative relationships with many mental hospitals to serve mercenaries who have just returned from the battlefield. Dad, Mom, did you meet Jess at the airport? Zhang Nan couldn't help but ask again while driving. Well, yes. When your dad and I got off the plane, we walked out and saw a group of people walking around a person. I took a pair of glasses from Jess and I saw the child and he saw me like this. Zhang's mother said, I really can't tell this child. When he ate at our house before, he was almost the same as the neighbor's child. I didn't know this child until I got outside. TSK. There are only 2 words. Awesome. Zhang's father recalled the scenes of meeting Zhou Jixi several times. Yes, I said this child is good. Although a little childish, she is also very steady. She doesn't show off to us, and I like her temper. Compared with those people, she is really good. And her body is even better. Tell me, why doesn't your sister know how to be anxious? Mother Zhang is so disappointed in her daughter. Her daughter is going to make her anxious to death. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 526. Interesting people. Mom, my little sister has her own ideas. It's useless to worry about it. Zhang said. Next time you visit your daughter, ask her about this and have a good chat. If you are interested, don't just sit there and focus on filming. You make tens of millions a year, which is enough to spend your whole life. You are so old, you should get married first. Zhang's father was also worried about his daughter. Perfect. At the shooting site, Zhang Ziyi was acting with a male actor, but she sneezed. Cut. The director immediately called to stop. Sorry, I delayed everyone. Although Zhang Ziyi was a producer, he still apologized to the crew politely. After all, it was really unpleasant for a group of 40 or 50 people to be interrupted by a sneeze and have to start over. The director didn't mean to blame her. Instead, he came over and asked with concern, Ziyi, are you okay? Do you want to take a break? After all, your health is important, and we don't need to rush the progress. It's okay. It might be that the tip of my nose was a little itchy just now. It's not a physical problem. Zhang Ziyi said. It's okay. Okay, let's get on with it. Although she said what I said, Zhang Ziyi was still thinking in her heart, I don't know who is talking about her, and they must not say anything good. Humph. Thinking about it, I suddenly saw the image of Zhou Jixi in my mind. I don't know what this bastard has been doing recently. He knew I was slow, but he didn't know to call me a few more times to express his condolences. Don't think about the fact that he has nothing to do with you. It's really inappropriate to keep calling him. However, women's minds are sometimes full of contradictions. She has been entangled. Sometimes age is really a hurdle that can't be crossed. Huranbu Municipal Airport. Zhao Jixi walked out of the airport wearing a pair of sunglasses. When he came, he remembered that no one seemed to come to pick him up. He didn't tell his friends exactly when he would arrive, so he didn't expect that he would be in such a bad situation. The bodyguards in black were tall and strong, and they were very attractive wherever they went. People would look at them from time to time, and they were used to it. Martin walked to Jay Chow's side. Boss, shall we rent a car? Or take a taxi? He didn't ask if anyone was coming to pick them up. It was obvious that his boss obviously didn't make arrangements. Although the bodyguards wanted to laugh, they held it back very well, and they all had poker faces. Jack Chow was also confused. This matter was really troublesome. Should he call a friend to pick him up? Or ask Sister Yu to come over? Just as he was confused, a bus was parked in the distance, and several people were standing under it, chatting with each other. Dabin, do you think those people over there are investors invited by our investment promotion bureau? A girl wearing a pair of glasses and looking quite ordinary said to a young man in a leather suit next to her. Dabin took a closer look, shook his head and said, they are not the people we invited, and the county has no information about them. Besides, how can we get such a stylish investor in a day? I'm not saying anything discouraging here, but we really can't invite such awesome people. Is that so? The girl was a little disappointed. She was silent for a while and looked at Zhao Jixi and the others carefully. Her eyes rolled a few times, as if she thought of something. Well, Dabin, you have read a lot of books and even studied abroad. What do you think if we invite them to our county? Is that okay? The girl looked at the young man with pity. No, with the way he's dressed, I don't think he will invest in our county. Those foreign bodyguards can tell at a glance that he is not doing business in China. He's probably of Chinese descent. It's unreliable to invest in our inland areas. The man waved his hands and said. Hearing what he said, the girl became anxious. What's wrong with our inland area? Aren't we living well? The ecological environment shouldn't be too good. Don't be anxious. I don't mean that. I mean. The girl interrupted him. Don't say anything. If you don't go, I will go. Zhao Jixi and others didn't pay attention to the little things happening over there, and even if they took a look, they wouldn't pay attention to them. Thinking about what to do next, he said to Martin, wait a minute, I'll make a call first to see where we go next. Okay, you decide. Martin nodded in response. Zhao Jixi picked up his mobile phone, opened the phone book, and looked for the number. Suddenly, what's the matter with you? The female bodyguard stopped a girl who was still approaching Jay Chow, and Miko asked the girl from behind. Several bodyguards around quickly filled in the gap, and two of them walked to the girl's side to prevent her from doing anything improper. Jay Chow didn't care about these. He had experienced this several times along the way. Some people thought he was a star and wanted to get close to see who he was. In the end, both parties were not very satisfied. Jay Chow thought that others were looking for trouble, and others thought that he was not a star and was putting on airs, which caused her to misunderstand. However, due to the tall and strong bodyguards, and Jay Chow pretending not to understand what she was saying, the other party stopped talking to him and walked away as soon as they found it boring. Who should I call? It's really confusing. Sometimes it's really a worry. Jay Chow touched his head and thought. The girl saw that this group of people was like a high wall. She had to look up to see the bodyguards blocking her. Hesitantly and prepared, I just want to say a few words to the gentleman inside. The weak voice could still sound a little scared, but the unknown emotion kept giving her the courage to continue speaking. Eva's eyes were very lethal. It has been almost 3 months since she joined the company. Some time ago, she worked in Eastern Europe, a not so glorious job, killing and being killed. Good luck also accompanied her. At least the few good things she had done gave her some connections. Only then was she introduced to Zhao Jixi's security company. After 2 months of training, a lot of hostility was resolved, but for a girl who had never seen blood in this peaceful area, under Eva's aggressive eyes, she was still like a sheep facing a hungry wolf. In addition to trembling, there was also ignorance. Sometimes, because you don't know, you can be brave. I'm sorry, ma'am, my boss doesn't know you, so there is nothing necessary. I think we don't need any dialogue. Mika was still acting as a spokesperson in the back. The girl suddenly lost some momentum, and she opened her mouth, as if she didn't know what to say. We think this is a very necessary thing, so we would like to ask the gentleman hiding behind the woman to have a few words. A male voice suddenly sounded behind the girl. The girl looked back in surprise and said, Dabin, you are here too. You are a top student, so you should speak. I can't say anything when I get here. Dabin smiled gently and patted the girl on the shoulder. It's okay, you have done a good job, I'll do the rest. When the words came out, you could feel a sense of confidence coming over you. It really looked very intimidating. Zhou Jixi was not angry when he heard the man's words. Instead, he looked at them with interest. In the United States, sometimes people who are interviewing and looking for opportunities will always come up with all kinds of strange tricks just to get a chance to communicate with the big boss. Zhou Jixi had experienced this before. During the few days when he was in charge of the game company, he was also stopped by many game developers because of his position in the game company. They introduced their ideas to him and promoted their game themes in the hope of gaining his appreciation. Of course, he couldn't accept all of them. For some who felt good, he didn't mind giving them a chance to introduce their ideas to other executives in his company. For some who he felt were very good, he would give them a chance to work in the studio, pay them to make a small sample, and try it out. As long as they get support, he will support the project. Zhou Jixi asked Martin and Eva in front to step aside a little, and there was no need to block them so tightly. He took a look at the man in front of him. He looked a little young, and he was a little out of tune with the girl next to him. He smiled and said to him, "You are very good. At least you have aroused my interest. But I think you still have to apologize for what you said before. What do you think?" The man was a little surprised to see Zhou Jixi could speak Chinese and thought he couldn't speak it. So he asked the girl next to him to translate instead, and the girl's accent made him misunderstand that Zhou Jixi was from a certain country. "I'm sorry. I apologize for what I said just now," Dabin said very straightforwardly, but his attitude was very sincere. "I just thought you were from that country, you know." Zhou Jixi nodded, as if he really understood. "Haha, okay, I accept your apology. I like what you said. I think we still have something in common on at least one point." Indeed. Dabin and Zhou Jixi looked at each other and then laughed. Some people really become friends after only meeting twice or once. I don't know if Zhou Jixi and Dabin are friends, but at least Zhou Jixi thinks this person is quite interesting. Capital determines the difference in their perspectives. Zhou Jixi is becoming more and more stylish. In his previous life, he had a slender temperament, either lazy or fussy. In this life, he has changed to a different word. Laziness becomes closer to being free and easy, and fussiness becomes thriftiness. Different angles lead to different views. This is the cruelty of social status and the role of capital. Hello, my name is Zhou Jixi. You can call me Mr. Zhou, Boss Zhou, or Mr. Zhou. Of course, if you call me Jess, I don't mind. I always feel that calling me by my name can make me feel friendly. Jess. Okay, you're really rude, Zhou Jixi said with a smile, and then paused in silence to show some anger. But seeing that Dabin was still looking at him with a smile, he didn't play that game anymore. "Okay, I like it very much. My name is Dabin. It wasn't originally my last name. I was afraid that the word would sound racier." Chapter 527 Hotel. Dabin seemed to have turned on his aura, and he didn't show any weakness when he looked at Zhou Jixi. "Tell me what's going on. You didn't come here just to cross eyes with me? Or do you think you can be a hero and save the beauty?" Zhou Jixi looked at him teasingly and said. Mizi couldn't help laughing when she heard it from behind, and the woman behind Dabin also had a complicated expression. She wanted to laugh, but because she was in the same group with Dabin, of course she couldn't laugh. However, Zhao Jix's words were indeed a bit ambiguous, which made her look at Dabin in a weird way. Is Dabin really? Question mark? Of course not. Dabin just said one sentence and didn't say much. The more he explained, the more complicated the matter became, especially when it came to things related to women. We are the staff of the Investment Promotion Bureau of Haddon County. We are now meeting investors here. Let's go to the site for a field investigation in 2 days to see if there are any projects in our county that meet your investment intentions. From the Investment Promotion Bureau? Zhao Jixi said in a daze. Shouldn't you have a lot of promotional materials? Do you have any? Yes, they are here with me. The girl behind Dabin spoke up quickly. She knew that Dabin didn't have any materials in his hand. Dabin, show it to this gentleman. This girl is really interesting. Zhao Jixi smiled and took the investment promotion materials from Dabin, who had a strange expression. He just thought it was fun and flipped through a few pages, but suddenly, one of the projects caught his eye. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected gain. Zhao Jixi closed the information and said to them, since you are here to pick us up, why don't you give us a ride? Huh. The girl didn't quite understand what it meant. Dabin next to her quickly pulled her and followed Zhao Jixi's footsteps. Of course there is no problem. Jixi, do you want to stay in the hotel we arranged, or do you already have other places? Forget it, don't waste your county's money. Send us to the best hotel here, and I'll stay there. When can you go for the inspection? Zhao Jixi asked. 3 days later, if the investors received by our Investment Promotion Bureau don't arrive in 3 days, then we won't wait for them. We will go for a field inspection together. We are waiting for people here now, so that some investors will not arrive first, but will not wait for us to pick them up, but will be picked up by others instead. Dabin said, and deliberately looked at the place not far to the right. There was also a luxury coach parked there, but this type of car in China seemed to be written as luxury or something. As for the location inside, it depends on personal opinion. The people over there were surprised that Zhao Jixi and his group got on their car. Some of them quickly made phone calls, as if to notify someone. Zhao Jixi was relieved until he got on the car. This was arranged. He came in a hurry and didn't ask his assistant to make arrangements, otherwise the hotel car would have come to pick him up. There was no need to take the car of the Investment Promotion Bureau, but this time there was also an unexpected gain. It is really worth going to see it in 3 days. At the very least, invest a few million here, and you will have a place. When you come to see Sister Yu and her friends in the future, you can just ask the company to pick you up. Zhao Jixi asked about some things in Haddon County in the car. This county is a national poverty-stricken county, but a very powerful county magistrate came last year. He worked hard to boost the economy of the county. Some time ago, he came up with some investment promotion to increase the local GDP and improve people's living standards. Your county chief is quite capable. That's true. Although the county chief looks a little young, he is definitely capable. Dabin's colleague, a middle-aged man of considerable age, gave a thumbs up and said. Zhao Jixi was a little surprised to see that these people were quite praising the new county chief. I have only made a few investments in the Celestial Empire, and they were all made because of personal relationships. This time your county is my first attempt. I always have a special feeling for this land. Zhao Jixi said with emotion. This is really the place that separates him from his previous life. Here he has changed a lot and gained a lot. Mengdi is an autonomous region. The ethnic composition here is very complex. 32 ethnic minorities, including the Han, Mongolian, Hui, Manchu, Korean, Do, Russian, Bai, Li, Zi, Huaya, Zhuang, Huenki, and Aleutian, all live in this area. It is a real place of multi-ethnic integration. Although the Han people migrated in later than them, they still account for a large proportion of the population. Compared to other places, not everyone can do anything here. Huang Zhangaiyu had told him about this kind of thing before, so he is willing to invest here now. In fact, the most important thing is that he has a deep relationship with the local faction here, which is the most critical issue. This Merchants Bureau is just one of the triggers, but there are also many relationships. The car soon drove to the best hotel in Huanbu City. There are two best hotels in the city. One is Hulan Bushayan Geo Hotel, and the other is Mansauli Shangri-La Hotel. After hearing this, Zhao Jixi directly chose the latter one. The name sounds like the latter one is more domineering, and the hotel in front is really not in line with the international trend. The bus stopped soon, and Zidabin and the girl named Sissy sent Zhao Jixi and others in. Sissy entered the hotel and saw the magnificent decoration. There were 5 gorgeous crystal chandeliers hanging on the high ceiling, which were full of layers of different heights. When the lights are turned on, the hotel lobby becomes even more dazzling under the refraction of the crystal. There are several large sofas and coffee tables in the hotel lobby. There is a carpet under a decorative round table. The freshest roses of the day are placed on the table. Some guests will take one to give to their loved ones. They allow guests to take it. However, it is noted that only 1 rose is allowed per person. If they take it all away, they can't afford it every day. 2 handrails extend from the 2nd floor. The red carpet is embroidered with ethnic patterns, which looks more mysterious. People who step on it will feel like they are traveling through some kind of mystery. Sissy feels a little ashamed when she sees the orderly service of the waiters here. Chapter 528. Good luck. There are some girls who look similar to him, but the kind of temperament on them really makes her feel inferior. This is just the attitude of the waiter. For example, the lobby manager of the hotel is comparable to the public relations elites in big cities. They have good looks and temperament. On the contrary, Zidabin does not have that feeling. He looks indifferent, as if none of these will affect him. The mentality determines the attitude. When you feel inferior, you can see the so-called unfriendly eyes everywhere. When you are calm, no one will like to waste time on you. Everyone meets by chance. Unless they are watching the fun, they stare at you. How boring it is. After a few people came in, the lobby manager came over soon. It was a woman about 27 or 28 years old. She had a big frame, so she looked strong. Fortunately, this girl has a bit of attitude in her height, which makes this strong body look good. Judging from her face, she should be a mixed race, a little mixed with Russian and Mongolian. Hello, how can I help you? Miko's height made her feel very pressured standing in front of this woman, but after experiencing the blow from Eva, she was now used to talking to tall women. We need a few guest rooms. It's a bit full when we came. I wonder if the best rooms are still available? The woman nodded and said with a smile, "Please wait a moment, I will ask for you." The woman picked up the headset beside her, chatted with the front desk for a few words, and looked at Miko with a smile on her face. "You are lucky, we have 3 Shangri-La suites left, and there are also chairman suites left. I wonder how many you need?" Miko looked back at Zhao Jixi. This matter had to be decided by the big boss. There are 3 Shangri-La suites, which are connected together. We men will stay in one, and we will book another chairman suite. You and Eva will stay in it temporarily. Okay, sir. The lobby manager nodded and took note, then said to them, "Please come with me to register." Zhao Jixi nodded and walked to the counter with the bodyguards who all looked cool, took out the passports of several people, and asked the waiter to register. He took another look at the room rate, which was really very expensive. More than 26,000 yuan a night, and the chairman suite cost more than 14,000 yuan a night. Mizi took out her card and swiped it to the hotel for 200,000 yuan. Zhao Jixi regretted it a little when he went upstairs. Why bother? Living in such an expensive room, you can save tens of thousands of yuan by finding a random room outside. Now with more than 200,000 yuan, you can only stay for about 2 days. It's really money spent. Sissy followed Zhao Jixi and the others, and was shocked when she saw the price of the room. She pulled Zidabin next to her, and whispered in his ear, "More than 200,000 yuan, but you can only stay here for 2 days. This price is too expensive." This is still good. There are hotels outside that cost hundreds of thousands a night. People with money don't care about this. Some people can make hundreds of thousands a night, and they don't even need this little money for a hotel room. Zidabin said calmly. Wow, these rich people are really enviable. Sissy looked at Zhao Jixi and others with emotion, or to be precise, Zhao Jixi and the bodyguards next to him could only serve as foils. However, Mizi was an exception. Sissy looked at her with envy. Wow, it's really a happy thing to be with such a boss. If you want, you can go over and recommend yourself. Who knows, Boss Zhou really appreciates you and recruits you. Zidaban said to Sissy in a teasing tone. Is that so? The girl really had a thoughtful expression on her face, which made Zidaban smile bitterly. The power of capital is really tempting. I'm really sorry to bother you today. Zhao Jixi turned around and said to the two of them. No, it's our honor. Sissy waved her hands and said. It's our best gain to have you here. Zidaban said with a smile on his face, without any expression of fear or flattery. He seemed very calm from beginning to end, which made Zhao Jixi feel that he was really a person who was hard to see through. The two also knew that it was time to say goodbye. They were going to rest. They also learned from the chat just now that Zhao Jixi and others had just flown in from the United States. Now it was time to adjust to the time difference, so they were not so careless. Zhao Jixi and others in the elevator put a lot of pressure on the waiter who followed them. It was a female waitress who led Zhao Jixi. The luggage was taken up in another elevator, and Martin had sent someone to look after this. But just leading the way was not so easy, especially next to these people. Cecil's big beard, Eva's murderous eyes. It was not a good feeling. With a ding sound, the elevator reached the 16th floor, the highest building of the hotel. The waitress felt relieved at once. She had never felt that the elevator time was so long. Even when the domestic people who were mixed up came to the hotel, they didn't have to give her this feeling. Only when the leaders in the army moved in, the soldiers around them would give her this feeling. The corridor leading to the room was still luxurious with a warm tone, and there were still some local ethnic symbols painted around. Zhao Jixi looked at it and nodded. It was really good, but the price still made him feel high. When he walked into the room, he saw that a large French window had been opened, and there was a lake view and a mountain view outside. The room of 198 square meters was indeed very large and spacious. The conference area, reception area, and other functional areas were all divided very well. This price is quite stylish, I said secretly in my mind, and then waved to the waiter. I want to eat something, then bring me a menu. Then he looked at the bodyguards. Everyone, eat some food first, and then go take a bath, and have a good rest. Okay, boss. Everyone responded. Miko, please order, and please help translate what everyone likes to eat. Zhao Jixi said carefully. Mr. Zhao, I can understand English, Russian, Cantonese, etc., so you don't need to be careful. The waitress said. Wow. It seems that the overall quality of your hotel is quite high. Zhao Jixi praised. The waitress smiled politely and expressed her gratitude, and did not continue to tease Zhao Jixi. Just now, he just showed his ability. If he chatted now, it would be disrespectful to his work. Chapter 529, Zhao Jixi's bodyguard. Zhao Jixi booked 3 large rooms, and he lived in a suite. The bodyguards lived in the 2 rooms next to him, and the assistant lived in the chairman's suite on the 15th floor downstairs. When Martin didn't call the woman, he also stayed on the sofa outside his suite, and waited for a while, before being replaced by other people. The door was no exception, and there would be people watching in turns. Bodyguards must look like bodyguards. Zhao Jixi's safety can be very safe, even if they don't need to protect him. However, with these people, some unnecessary troubles can be eliminated. The hotel security also saw this group of people in the camera. Looking at the bodyguards guarding the door, and comparing themselves with others, they really felt a little lost. They all have the same nose and 2 eyes. I don't know how these foreign devils are trained. Their muscles are bulging, and they are so tall. It's amazing. Come on, they are all just flour racks. What's the use of having good looking muscles? I might fall down after a few punches. A tall and strong man said arrogantly. Don't brag, Batten. You really can't beat these people. A middle-aged man walked in, wearing a navy blue suit. His good physique showed his masculine temperament. The security guards in the surveillance room stood up immediately. Captain, even Batten, who was just arrogant, was no exception. They are all people who have seen blood. You are just new recruits. If you fight with them, I don't think you will be good. The captain's words scared these people. Captain, you mean, they have killed people? The security guard who spoke first just said a little stutteringly. Well, I can't see much about the others, but none of them are easy to deal with. For example, the one with a nose like an eagle's beak and a pair of glasses on his eyes is a sniper. The captain analyzed. Sniper? Batten asked in surprise. This role is always a mysterious existence in the military. Those who have served before are very yearning for this profession, but unfortunately none of them were selected. The selection is too strict. In addition, there are many people in China, so they can slowly select the best candidates. They will not select those who are not the best. Well, look at his eyes and his usual small movements of raising his head. He is observing the surrounding attack points and commanding heights. The captain just noticed this gang member through the monitor when he received the report from the lobby manager. It sounds like he is very powerful, everyone said with deep emotion. The captain took the opportunity to say, also, did you notice the big beard? Well, he doesn't look like a good person, a security guard said. The captain reached out and gave him a slap. I usually teach you how to judge people, but you can tell that he is not a good person. Captain, I was wrong. I will work hard next time. The young security guard said quickly. You kid. The captain said helplessly. Don't take this job lightly. It's always right to learn more. Then he didn't look at him anymore and said to the others, did you see anything? I think he has killed people too. Batten said as if he was guessing a question. Damn, if you are sure of this, then we don't need the police. We can just find you and solve the case. The captain also gave this guy a slap. Suddenly a security guard stood up and said, he is a fire assaulter. Haha, it seems that there are people who really take the information I gave you seriously. The captain immediately smiled and patted the young man who stood up. Well, very good. Then he said, yes, this person, if you look closely at his hands and some of his subconscious movements, you can see that he should be in a tactical team, and his main job is a fire assaulter. Do you see his leg? There must be a dagger tied inside. The captain said with certainty. Several people watched the rewinded footage again and again, but they really couldn't see anything. However, since the captain said so, they quickly nodded. Well, captain, you really have a sharp eye. You can see this. It's really amazing. That's right. Don't you think about what unit I served in before. This is not something that ordinary people can get into. It was selected again and again from thousands of elites. Otherwise, how do you think I can do this? The captain said here with a proud and complacent look on his face. Captain, is that a special force? The kind that fights with foreign forces? A security guard asked curiously. Keep it secret. The captain said stiffly. You just listen to this. We have asked the captain for several years, and he hasn't said anything. That's the confidentiality regulations. You really dare to ask? I tell you, if you know, the army might take you away and lock you up there for a few years. Batten threatened the security guard. Come on, do you think I'm still a child? Boring. The security guard looked at Batten with contempt. Haha. Haha. Everyone started laughing. After a few people laughed for a while, Eva replaced Zhaoji's doorman to guard the door. The girl standing outside the door also had a unique aura. One team member's eyes lit up, and he said to his boss, Captain, you talk about that woman. This woman looks pretty, but her eyes are really scary. That woman. The captain also took a look at the surveillance screen monitoring the corridor. After a silence, he looked at the people in the room, and slowly said, I guess she has killed someone in the past few months. I feel something is wrong when I look at her eyes. I guess she has killed a lot of people. Captain. Didn't you just say that if the murderer can be seen, what is the use of the police? The person who just taught the captain a lesson said unconvinced. The captain was not angry, but looked at his men and said, I said that is under normal circumstances, but there are some special cases, such as this woman. The captain pointed at Eva on the surveillance screen. She has a problem in her heart, so it shows on her face. This is the same as one of my former colleagues. They all had some problems and were mentally ill. So I can grasp this characteristic. This is experience, which is given by my life experience for so many years. The captain said appropriately. Everyone knows what the problem mentioned here is, but it is precisely because we know it that we feel it is very terrifying. In normal society, those who kill people, except for official organizations, are either caught or run away. Those who have the opportunity to continue to mix outside. Among the billions of people, the chance of them encountering is really very small. Chapter 530, Terrible Woman. Now there are two people in front of them. One of them is a woman. It is really a very strange feeling. Captain, how many people have you said this woman has killed? She has a mental disorder. Bud said with a chill on his face. The captain glanced at him sideways and gave him a slap. You ask me, who should I ask? Batten was hit on the head, and he reached out to touch it with a little pain. Didn't you say you knew this woman's experience of killing people? It's not me who said it. The captain pretended to hit him and raised his hand. Batten quickly took a step back. Seeing that he didn't bully him, he felt relieved. I only said that this woman might have killed someone. As for how many people she killed, how can we infer this? The captain looked at his men. However, you said that she killed one or two people with a knife or other cold weapons, which is a possibility. You said that she killed several people more easily with a gun, which is also a possibility. Think a little more. It is also possible that she killed more people with TNT, which is even more possible. The captain's words, combined with the cold figure on the surveillance screen, seemed particularly chilly in this crowded room. What a pervert. Some security guards whispered. Pervert? There are many people who are more perverted than her. She has a conscience. To have this kind of mental illness. If she had no heart, she would be doing whatever she wants now. Maybe she would eat bloody steak after killing and dismembering people at night. The captain said with a sneer. You haven't seen those disgusting people who killed people with axes, with their internal organs all over the floor, and even smashed out people's brains with the back of the axe. After doing this, they didn't even wash their hands, and they could eat colorful food, talk and laugh with people, and go home to sleep well at night. The captain said slowly. This tone plus his experience made people feel that this was true. A person who was eating noodles couldn't eat anymore. The red and spicy pepper dyed the noodle soup red, and with the yellowish noodles, he was sensitive and imaginative, and suddenly felt a little bit unable to eat. Suddenly a security guard shouted, Captain, Captain, do you see that bitch? In the monitor, Eva took out a very thin thing that looked like an axe, about 20 to 30 centimeters long, with some strange patterns on the handle, which was used to prevent slipping, and there was a spiked head at the end, in the shape of a diamond, which looked like it would definitely not stop bleeding. The axe was in a black crescent shape with a 180-degree blade. Although it was black and low-key, it was still a good weapon through the monitor. It could be used for both close-range combat and medium-range axe attacks. The sharp-eyed captain also saw that Eva had a strange-shaped bracelet on each of her hands, which looked like layers of thin wires tied together. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes. It seems that she is a professional killer. Eva moved her hands. Her eyes seemed to be indifferent to the surroundings, but the security guards didn't believe that she was playing and resting. She was now like a female leopard lurking in the bushes, observing and resting patiently waiting for the opponent's mistakes. Then, she pounced and bit off the opponent's neck, killing him with one blow. Looking at the monitor with narrowed eyes, everyone felt cold. At this moment, her hands were still playing tricks, constantly honing in on the feel of her weapon. Now in this country, the boss doesn't let them bring hot weapons, and of course this country won't let them bring them either, but she always felt that her boss would not be that simple. According to her guess, the boss may have a way to get that kind of thing in this country, otherwise that expression is too weird. Eva didn't know that there was a batch of weapons in Zhou space, and she would find a reason to take them out when she needed them. But Zhou wanted to avoid this matter for the rest of his life, because it was definitely not a good thing. Now he is like this. Just be prepared. If you want to legally carry a gun in this country, a series of applications are really too troublesome, plus you have to go to the embassy to register. Zhou came in a hurry and handled everyone's visas. He didn't have the time to deal with these things. This kind of thing also requires a hearing. From the perspective of the other party, that is, the Celestial Empire, it is more convenient and reassuring for them to send armed personnel to perform security maintenance for foreign guests. So Eva can only play with this one in her hand now. This is an axe that the security company just tailored for her according to her hobbies. Take it out more often when you have time to run in and get used to it. I heard that it was designed by Old Lady Yang, and it is a multifunctional weapon. Several functions really make her love it. Then a person walked out of the room, holding a big apple for Eva. The woman could peel the apple very well with an axe, and then cut it at an angle, and there was a piece of apple, which she picked up with the tip of the axe and ate. The security guard who had just eaten noodles was not feeling well at all, and now he felt his stomach churning for some reason. He covered his mouth, and rushed out to the toilet. The captain's eyes seemed to flash with a light, and then he looked back at the security guard who ran out, and shook his head and said, "The mental ability is really too poor. What's wrong with children nowadays? Captain, you don't know, Fat Liu has a first-class imagination. If you give him a little subject, he can associate a lot of things." Batten said, "Captain, should we report to the main desk? This group of people feels a little dangerous. The safety of their boss is guaranteed, but I think the safety of our other guests seems to be no longer guaranteed," a security guard suggested. The captain looked at him with a smile. "So when the time comes, you will need to stand up." He patted the security guard on the shoulder. "Ah, this is really scary." The young security guard looked at the captain anxiously and realized that he was not joking, and he did not want to look too serious. Then he realized that, if the incident really happened, they would still have to go, but they would definitely not be the main force. It would be a joke to work hard for 3 or 4,000 yuan a month. Ha ha ha. The security colleagues around laughed. Such a child. The captain shook his head in his heart, but he did not mean to blame them. A few thousand yuan, only tens of thousands of yuan a year, not even 100,000 yuan. It is really not worth doing any dangerous work. As a captain, he has experience in serving in special forces, so his salary here is quite high, and he can still make tens of thousands of yuan a month. If it weren't for this salary, he would not work here, and it would be better to be a bodyguard. Chapter 531. Friends are here. As for the people under his command, they can deal with petty thieves and gangsters very well. If he uses the people under his command now to deal with people whose annual salary is probably several times or even dozens of times this, and who used to be international mercenaries, he doesn't have that idea. Everyone is out here to make a living, so why bother to leave their lives behind? It's not like you will be given hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars, and you can have a house, a car, and a good wife, after working hard for a few years. Even if you die in the middle, a generous pension will be given to your family. That's a life worth working hard for. And now this person is just trying to make a living. He knows this very well, and sometimes he feels helpless. Having said that, there are things he can do, and he still has to do them. He will report such situations to the big boss and the police station. As for what happens in the future, it depends on our police uncles. He picked up the phone and reported it to his superior. After a few words, he said, "Okay, I understand. Well, this is just my guess. There is no substantial evidence. He is not a criminal. Otherwise, he would not be able to enter the country so openly and stay in our hotel so dignified. Okay, I understand. That's it, Mr. Zhang." The captain hung up the phone with a helpless expression. His immediate superior warned him not to cause trouble. He also told him not to disturb such a distinguished guest casually. He spent nearly 100,000 yuan on room fees a day. He didn't come here for you to ask the police to file a record for them. After thinking about it, he felt that he had done what he should do, so he hurried home to wash up and warm the bed with his wife. Chasing this wife is one of the things he is most proud of. Thinking about it now, he is actually a little excited. He quickly took out the phone, called her, and said accord, "Wife, I'm coming back." "Yeah. Got it." Maybe there was no one around. She didn't mind anything. "Damn it. Come back soon. My girl is sleeping." "Yes, sir. I promised to complete the task." In the room, Zhou Jixi called a few friends to inform them that he was here. But he was a little tired today, so he adjusted to the time difference in the hotel first. Everyone also expressed understanding that he had been on a flight for more than 10 hours, and they would go to see him tomorrow morning. As for Sister Yu, Zhou Jixi wanted to give her a surprise, so he didn't tell her about it, and he would go to her tomorrow to give her a good scare. Everyone rested for a night, and they were all in good spirits the next day. Zhou Jixi got up and asked the goblins in the space to emit green light to help him clean the tartar stains, which was much cleaner than brushing his teeth and washing his face. Now there are almost no mites and oil on his face skin. There are no oil spots in the pores on his nose, and each pore is incredibly delicate. It feels like a child's skin on the hand, and it is more comfortable than a child's skin. In his previous life, he lived a life of mediocrity. As a man, there was no need to worry about skin problems. Applying facial cleanser and toner was already good enough. How could he manage his skin like those stars? Now he doesn't do it, but his face is much better than those stars. It's really enviable. In the morning, the hotel provides free breakfast. As the highest cost suite, the hotel not only has a buffet, but also some local specialties. The food in Mont is quite strong, but Zhou has a good appetite. He couldn't eat it at the first bite, but he felt it was a bit delicious at the second bite, and he liked it a little at the third bite. Some foods are not something you will like at the first bite. You have to eat a few more bites to feel its unique taste from frowning. Just like the dark cuisine cow dung soup, no matter how good people say it is, he won't eat it anyway. This is the same as Catfess's coffee. He has to say that excrement is delicious. Even if it is really delicious, he won't eat it. It's really hurtful. You can't eat anything else, but you have to eat that thing that makes you uncomfortable. After finishing breakfast, the front desk downstairs called and said that 2 people were looking for him. Zhou quickly finished his food, put down his spoon, and wiped his mouth with a towel. Tell them I'll go down to pick them up. Okay, boss. Mizi bowed in response. Zhou didn't want to be too ostentatious, so he wore a casual suit and a coat. He went downstairs with Martin and Mizi, walked through the corridor, and went down to the lobby with the help of the elevator lady. Looking around, he saw 2 people holding coffee on the sofa on the right. Cheng Fei and Huang Zhanggai were sitting there, one smoking a cigarette and the other drinking coffee. I don't know what they were talking about, but they were laughing very happily. Zhou quickened his pace and walked up. Brother Huang, Brother Cheng. The 2 looked back and saw Zhou. After looking him up and down, they laughed. Good boy, I didn't expect that the devil would appear when I mentioned him. Then he stood up and gave Zhou a hug, and Zhou hugged and patted their backs a few times. What are you talking about? You seem to be chatting happily. Zhou asked casually while looking at them. We were just talking about your things. And then, just like what old Huang said, you ran out all of a sudden. Compared with a few months ago, Huang Zhanggai has become a little fatter, and his belly is protruding now. He pinched Zhou arms with both hands. Not bad, young man. This young man's body is really great. Look at the hard muscles in his arms. Really amazing. Yeah. Cheng Fei also hit Zhou shoulder. This boy's really strong. When we first met, he was a lot taller than now. Zhou didn't feel any pain at all, but seemed to bounce back Cheng Fei's fist. My mom always said that I have to be raised in the wild. I can't grow up at home. I have to grow up outside in the wild to grow well. He also said self-deprecatingly. The 3 of them were so happy chatting that they forgot the time and chatted casually. They also sat on the sofa next to them. After sitting down, they talked about their recent situation. The 2 of them were envious of Zhou for owning such a large piece of land in the United States. I didn't expect that the landlord class that our father and grandfather's generation defeated, you kid, ran to the United States and became a big landlord. Awesome. Really awesome. Cheng Fei said enviously. It's just so. Zhou also cooperated with them with a somewhat smug expression. Cheng Fei looked at his appearance, smiled and patted his shoulder. So now these black and white people work for you? Zhou nodded. Yes. Just like our ancestors, they are all your farmers. Huang Zhanggai also said. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.